Members, when we rose, we were debating the Saint Jude Hospital Reconstruction Project motion. The member for Mico North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like the member for Denry South, I would like to thank the people, the constituents of Mico North, for giving me the opportunity to represent them here in this honorable house. And Mr. Speaker, to be honest with you, I would have really preferred not to have been part of this debate. And I'm being completely honest, I would have really preferred not being part of this debate. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because in 2009, when we had this horrendous fire, I was a young boy attending school. I was still a young man, and I remember, Mr. Speaker, my mother giving me an extra $2 for special collection at the church. I remember at school we were encouraged to bring our dollars to the school to put towards the reconstruction of Saint Jude's. And I hear some of the persons who spoke before me spoke about the grants and the loans which were used to facilitate the reconstruction of Saint Jude's. But Mr. Speaker, when a child sacrifices his break or his lunch money to put towards the reconstruction of a hospital, it speaks volumes. And I don't know, and I think the member for Vieux-Fort South said it, how do you forgive individuals, especially the last administration, for what happened with the entire St. Jude situation? Mr. Speaker, I would like to say a special thank you, express my heartfelt gratitude to the staff, nurses, doctors, administrative staff, patients, and the people of the South for what they have had to endure during the past 13 or 14 years. We've had to settle, and I said I was not going to speak, Mr. Speaker, but I represent the people of Mico North. And because of our geographic location, St. Jude's is our preferred medical facility. And for the past decade, Mr. Speaker, and I say a decade, if someone were to ask me or to tell me in 2010 that today I would have to stand in this honorable house to contribute towards this motion, Mr. Speaker, I would bet my life against it. But we learn in this profession, never say never. Never say never, because today here I am with the responsibility of having to make a contribution towards something that we would have hoped would have completed many, many years ago. And I commend the doctors and the patients of St. Jude's for what they have done what they continue to do, what they've had to endure during the past decade or over a decade. And as the former Prime Minister and the member for Vieux-Fort South said, you cannot blame them for the substandard service that we have received in the South. If you have a car and it goes 50 miles, even if you put Michael Schumacher behind it, you will not get more than 50 miles. And that is the situation that the medical professionals who sit at Saint Jude's or who fill the walls at Saint Jude's have to work with. And they cannot give you more. It's not that they don't want to give you more. It's just that they're limited. And I think it is unfair. It is unfair to them. It is unfair to the populace in the South. But one thing, Mr. Speaker, I took from the debate today, I think everybody went back and gave a little history of what happened with St. Jude's. And something which stood out for me was that I think 2009 after the fire, 2010, the member for Castries North, he hastened with the reconstruction project because he understood, and he was a caring man who understood the importance of providing proper health care to the people of the South. They were contractors. 2011, the government would have changed. And something which was very glaring is that the member for Vieux-Fort South, who was then the Prime Minister, understood the importance of giving the people of the South a medical facility that they can call their own, something that has been missed. And he decided not to change contractors, and that is commendable. I think we should applaud him. You come in and you decide not to. And in an era where the tradition has been one where if I did not start the project, I stop it. Because to gain or to score cheap political points, I stop a project because I will not get the credit for it because they say, Flabote kuma say. He decided to go against that and continue with the solemn hope of giving the people of Vieux-Fort, Micoud, Labrie and surroundings a medical facility where they could receive proper service. Things happen, and I heard the member for Choiseul when he spoke earlier today, he said in his contribution that some of the reports that we mentioned, they took into consideration the Christmas trough, they took into consideration Hurricane Thomas. But let's be realistic, Mr. Speaker. The Christmas trough occurred when? I think he said somewhere in 2014, 2.5 years into the reign of the Saint Lucia Labour Party government. And between 2011 and 2013, what happened? They continued with the project. So when you say 2013 that the Christmas trough happened, it's not like we stopped the project or the former Prime Minister stopped the project. They came whilst the project was ongoing. 2010, when we had Hurricane Thomas, same thing, project start, continue. Lo and behold, whatever happened, 2016 came and the government's changed. And when the government changed, the first thing you decide to do is to commission a technical audit. You want somebody's neck, you want blood, you want a pound of flesh. That is the first thing you decide to do. And then you halt the project from 2016. And I already said that we did not take into consideration COVID. 2017, was there any COVID? 2018, was there any COVID? 2019, if we're being honest, COVID did not really hit us yet in 2019. 2020, we felt the brunt of COVID in St. Lucia. What happened during that time? You deliberately halted the project. And I think the member for Vieux-Fort South said it well. If we did not halt that project and he decided to continue and the project was completed, I'm not God, I cannot judge. But we would have been in a much better situation to deal with COVID-19 when it came. We would not have been under the pressures that we were under during the COVID-19 period. But you decide to just halt. And the worst thing, Mr. Speaker, maybe I would have been able to understand if the member for Babu No was the Prime Minister then and decided to halt the project. You represent the people of Deriso, Diga, Blanchard. These are the people who are most adversely affected by not having a St. Jude's. And you stop the project and you tell me that you care about these people. And I remember very well during the 2021 election campaign, I stood on a platform and I warned the people of Micoud South. And I told them, if someone says that they care about you so much, your health, and we say health is wealth. I think everybody who spoke before said about health is wealth. And we understand the importance of health and having a proper healthcare facility. You represent the people of the South who are affected by not having a Saint Jude's. And there is no attempt on your part to expedite the reconstruction process. And then I heard a member for Chozel Saltiber say, oh, they had futuristic thinking. And the idea was to give something, much better. And Mr. Speaker, I mean, there are some things that you just don't play politics with. And I say that and I get really, really emotional because, Mr. Speaker, I was transported to Saint Jude's. I was transported to Saint Jude's in 2021 when I had my accident. And you can see the difference with the two leaders, Mr. Speaker. I remember when I heard talk about the canopy and different things. And if there is one thing I think that is very clear, elucidated clear, is that the current Minister for Health, and I think you can ask any person within the medical fraternity, the current Minister for Health has set a standard. I don't know who can come and reach that benchmark. You go, people are more sensitive. You go, he has almost an intimate relationship with everybody who is involved in the medical fraternity. From the COVID-19, the center, Victoria Hospital, Prime Minister asked that he wants people to be more sensitive. And you get there's a different vibe about healthcare from the time that the member for Vieux-Fort North took on the position of Minister of Health. There's a different feeling. The people of the medical fraternity, they're more receptive because they have somebody who really cares, who really understands, who stops and listens to them, who will not just say, we will just do what we have to do. Or they use all sort of terminology, let whatever bray and let the dogs. No, Mr. Speaker, this is a different man. And I applaud you, Minister of Health, for what you have done within the medical circle. And I know, as much as it hurts me, Mr. Speaker, to have to speak about St. Jude's today, I am hopeful. I will not be like others and say, oh, if St. Jude is not completed, then I should not be in office. And then the people answer. They listen. We have an audience. And I think part of that I have to say in Creole, Mr. Speaker, because we speak to different audiences, and in Micoud North we have an audience who really appreciate their Creole. So I will say, Jean Micoud, je sais Lucia, Mr. Speaker, and I see the member for Denry North is watching me to see where will I falter. He does not want me to go into the Creole. They may say Jean Micoud, and I feel confident going into that realm. I will say Jean Micoud, Jean Diga, Jean Blanchard, Jean Mopo, merci. Jean Lapointe, Jean Poilin, Jean Patience, Kachimé, Lombard, Mamicou, Grass Street, tout partout en Soudlan. Mr. Speaker, les nous veillons ça qui fait avec situation Saint Jude's là. Qui manière nous vivre côté à nous y c'est un crève-tchè. En vérité, c'est un crève-tchè. Gouvernement après gouvernement, et comme dit, mais pas Odia, mais pas que dat médical de position comme médical parler à sous Saint Jude's. Mais pas que si un monde te dit moi ça, mais gars dit yo te ça après la vie mais ça pas que jamais fait. Et merci bon Dieu pas te dit moi ça parce que médical perd la vie moi. Médical pas à sous ça médical perd. Mais les nouvelles connues aujourd'hui avec raison nous y connues. C'est ce que là n'a de monde qui pour répondre une question. 2009 Saint Jude's brûlé. 2010 même pour Castry Nord décidé pour commencer projet Saint Jude's et puis décidé pour commencer parce qu'il comprend l'importance Saint Jude's et l'importance healthcare by Jean 7 lycée avec Jean Soud 7 lycée et puis il commencer Et puis là, 2011, élection criée, il perd l'élection, les bancs tués, et puis même, vieux fort Soud, c'était Premier ministre. Il tenait comme un choix. L'habitude, les gouvernements viennent, ils ont double projet, et puis commencer, puis on contracteur, ils mènent, on moun, ils pas double. Et qui pas double parce qu'ils comprennent l'importance healthcare, by Jean Soud là, qui te voulait ouais Jean Soud, cette ici, joindre ça, ils ont espérer pour chaitan. Et puis il décide pour continuer puis projet, et puis pas juste continuer puis pour empêcher delays, empêcher projet à double, pour empêcher la nan break. Il décide pour aller puis moun qui était à commencer à moun date yo appointé par dernier gouvernement et puis jeune moun là qui était là. Et puis il fait tout ça a été fait. Nous tenons Christmas Trophy, les Noël Goglo vini, là nan de bail qui double projet à pour un petit moment. Fast forward 2016 vini et puis élection criée. Un chaïra fait about Saint Jude's, chaï des ordres. Chaque des autres, fait about Saint Jude, et puis, yo juste, yo dit pour tirer qu'il est là parce que yo pas délivré Saint Jude. Saint Jude c'était à, mais you got 70%, 70% complete. Et puis, ou juste double. Et puis, comment on a payé pour ces bails ça? Ou que c'est moi, ou que c'est où, tout le monde a une responsabilité. Everybody pays for that. And when these things happen, we need to call out those individuals with the responsibility. When you take a project that is 70% complete, $98+ million have been expended on a project, and you decide to just stop it altogether for 3 years, not move. Et comme je dis, même Parlement pour choisir salty business that la teni nous a parlé about Christmas Trophy, nous parlé about different bails qui affecté complétion projet Saint Jude, mais nous pas parlé about Covid. Avec même année 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, est-ce la teni Covid? Est-ce Covid t'a empêché yo? Est-ce Covid c'est raison that you double projet pour toi l'année et demi? There was no COVID during that time. And there is no justifiable excuse as to why you decided to abandon the project and go into what we call the box. Bwetla. Go bwet. Des personnes ont $100 million sur un go bwet. Et puis, mettez-nous privilège pour descendre là et puis staff parlement pour avoir ça qui était à fait là. Et qu'avant l'élection, moi savais nous comment portrait renderings, comment portrait Saint Jude. And there was a lot of announcement about Saint Jude is almost completed and they're going to be delivering Saint Jude. And when I went there, Mr. Speaker, it just really dawned on me that I think that as politicians we really take our electorate for fools. We really take our electorates and believe that the people who we go to and we beg them to vote for us really believe that they're illiterate, that they're fools, and you just come and you just put something in front of them and tell them, here's what, we're going to finish this building, and they're just supposed to buy into it. Ek merci bon di aparte like nous les nous vivre là merci que c'est pas goutier parce que gloka descend là left right and center. Understand you surfing is the end of the guttering and the water is flashing coming inside of there. But you're going to ask or come and tell people just in the hope of people buying into it and you winning an election. And that's the things that we do for power. And Mr. Speaker, I'll make it clear here. If I have to resort to that, if I, Jeremiah Norbert, Member of Parliament for Miku North, have to resort to that to hang on to power, I'd rather step aside and leave politics behind. I'd rather leave that all behind to try to fool people and bluff people into buying into a big building and say, oh, we're going to finish St. Jude. And the sad thing is we know, Mr. Speaker, it's not a bus shelter with anybody. You know, this is a medical facility, you know. And we're playing games with it and telling people, oh, St. Jude is going to be completed. Like, you know, Mr. Speaker, people are dying, you know. Every day we speak, every year that St. Jude is not completed, people are dying. Moun ka mort tous les jours. Some people die because they cannot receive adequate care at the current facility. And I pray, and it is my hope. And I'm a man who believes in God. And I don't really believe in people, but I believe in this Prime Minister. I really believe in this Prime Minister. And he has given me several reasons to trust and believe him. And Mr. Speaker, I feel confident that soon and very soon, we, the people of the South, are going to go to Saint Jude's to access proper and adequate health care. And I say that without fear or favor. I say that I'm not worrying about what people say, oh, don't make pronouncements. Mr. Speaker, I say that and I feel very confident. Very, very confident. There are things that are beyond our control. And that is why I admired the member for Denry North. I remember him in this house on a banana, some conversation about banana, where he told the then Minister of Agriculture, you have to level with people. Tell people what it is. People have expectations. They want the hospital. But we can't lie to people and tell them that. And I heard the member for Chozel said, oh, it looks like we're going to delay the process again, or something to that extent, where the report was given in 2021 and now we're in 2023, to make it look like such a long period. Just because we all know that there's a transition period. And during the transition period, I want to assure him and let him know that this government was not just sitting down and thinking. We were working. And as we speak, work is happening at St. Jude's. As we speak, work is happening at St. Jude's. And we understand that some things may be complex, but we also have to understand that complex things are a lot of little things that you put together. And if you start to do the little things, the big complex thing, eventually you're going to take over it. Just like they say, a journey of 1,000 miles, the mountain may look as big as it is. But if you decide to sit down and just watch the mountain, as much as they say if you have faith as little as a mustard seed, you can move mountain. But you don't just sit down there and watch the mountain and think you're going to move it. It's not like that it works at all. Yeah, sometimes you have to make that first step. And we've made that first step. We've made that first step towards working on St. Jude's and delivering St. Jude's to the people of the South. And I want to tell the people of Miku North, those people who have put me in this honorable house to represent them, that on my end, I will do everything. I will work with this government in every way that I can. And as the member for Chozel said, I think he said, oh, the Prime Minister had a perfect opportunity to unite the country. I agree. But we too, when we assume public office, I remember very early when this government took office, there were people parading, the same people who said nothing for 6 years, 5.5 years, going to 6 years. They said nothing. They had no issues with healthcare. They had no issues with St. Jude's. As soon as the Central Labour Party won, they stand up. He started with one lady. She stand up by the road in outside the George Orlam Stadium, waving one placard, and it became a crew of people. And then you had people affiliated with the opposition party. And they were there, and nobody came and denounced and say, okay, well, you know, we're not going to encourage this type of things. And just because that's where you categorize the men and the boys. And I heard the Prime Minister said it earlier. He had to come and defend his good name, because those persons who can make a statement decide to remain silent. And I take silent to mean consent. If you don't say anything, I would want to assume that you agree with it. And I found myself, if you permit me, Mr. Speaker, I found myself in a similar situation as the Prime Minister. With your leave, Mr. Speaker, if you give me 2 minutes just to address the situation. I saw a post going around, Jeremiah Norbert, 8 months into office, buys a $200,000 vehicle. He owns a house in Corinth. And we encourage, Mr. Speaker, you say you want, society is asking for decent men and women. They're asking for honest men and women. Are we creating an environment that is asking for people to be honest? If I can afford a van, and my van, I make it clear, is $63,000. Make it abundantly clear, $63,000. It's a second-hand van. And this morning, last night, I was saying to the member for Castries North, I even saw the check engine light come on it. So when you hear people speaking about, oh, he buys a $200,000 van and is living lavishly, and I have alone with the St. Lucia Police Credit Union that I'm paying $1,600 a month, every month. And whoever said that I bought a vehicle for $200,000, if they give me half price for it now, I'll gladly tell them have it and give them $5,000 to put in their pocket afterwards. But Mr. Speaker, on a serious note, if we're saying that we want, and these are the things that discourage young people from getting into politics, you know, because you're telling me that all police officers and frontline workers, they get concessions, they buy vehicles $200,000, they buy vehicles $180,000, nobody questions that. You're a politician, you have a salary, you make more money than the policeman, you make a lot more money than the policeman. And if you buy a vehicle, it's like they're asking you to go and put it. And I refuse to do that, Mr. Speaker. If I have to buy a van and I have to go and put in my brother's name or my father's name, Mr. Speaker, then it doesn't make sense. But that is what they're asking you to do, and doesn't make sense. Anyways, back on Saint Jude, Mr. Speaker, and if we're trying to encourage people to be honest, we have to start with the heads, and that's why I want to encourage members on the other side. When these things happen, you need to publicly stand and denounce these things. You need to publicly stand and denounce these things. And I say that for all of us here, Mr. Speaker, because it does not just happen on one side. If we're honest, it happens both ways. But we need to stand and say, you know, that is not the type of politics that we want to encourage in St. Lucia. Exactly. Yeah, I think that type of cheap politics and petty politics. We have burning issues like St. Jude's. No pun intended. We have burning issues like St. Jude's, and we're going to watch if somebody buys a van and inflate the price of the van to $200,000 or do. And we have issues like St. Jude's where people dying. We have real issues, not the one with Shelton, but we have real issues here in St. Lucia to deal with. And we focus our attention, or we swede, or we go into all sidebars about anything. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to just say that I really support this motion. I'm happy that the Prime Minister brought this here. I know those persons who will follow, they will debunk, although I don't know what else is left to debunk. I think the members who spoke before me did a wonderful job in clarifying and clearing up some of the murky waters that were there in the public domain. I know a lot of people, and I think the member for Beaufort South said it, still look at that building and try to justify why we should go with this building. And you're telling me that you get something that is deemed, in 2016 when you came, they say it's salvageable. It can work. It can work. You may have to retrofit it here and there, do a little tweaking and tweaking, but it can work. And most importantly, in this whole equation, Mr. Speaker, is the people. It's about the people who are suffering. Any of us here, I think most of us here are in a situation or in a position that we can afford health care, Mr. Speaker, outside of St. Jude's. And Mr. Speaker, what about the ordinary man, the farmer, the ordinary man who cannot afford health insurance? Are we saying that we have to allow them to suffer because we went somewhere, maybe in Cayman Islands, and we saw something looking nice and fluffy, and you come back and you want to put that is a vision that you have for your country, not looking at where you are. And I think we're in a situation, and the member for Grizzly said it well, when you think of the amount of money that has been expended on St. Jude's, and now you have people crying about roads. In my constituency, I have a lot of problems with roads. Yes, the St. Mary Road, so much so that individuals will have meetings and promise that the first thing that they will do when they assume office is give them the St. Mary Road. Yeah, they sit down and have meetings and say, oh, first thing we're going to do when we assume office, Mr. Speaker, the road is long. To remind them that the road is long and we've only just begun. I have a jetty in Miku, Mr. Speaker. I can imagine. Just give me 7 or 8 million from the 100 and something million that was used, Mr. Speaker, so I could give the fishermen of Miku a proper fishing facility. I can put proper stalls for them, redo the area where they used to be the bathroom facility, and give them their own running water so they no longer have to go and cause problems with the laundry workers because they go in there for all their sarcasm and whatnot, Mr. Speaker. And right now we're in a situation where we very little fiscal space to maneuver to do anything. And they said it well, the St. Jude has contributed to our debt portfolio. It has limited what we've been able to do as a government and as a people. And as I said, it's the little people paying for it, Mr. Speaker. It's the little people. And all of us in this room here should know about the little people. And I'm happy that I'm saying this now. All of us inside here now, like all of us in this room now, should know about the little people. Because you heard the Prime Minister keeps making mention of it, his mother, his father, they were ordinary people. And these are the people who usually cannot afford to take a flight and go to Martinique or go Miami or go to Canada or anywhere to seek medical care. So it is my hope, it is my prayer that this government, our government, is going to complete Saint Jude's, and not during the end of, I'm hoping that we'll be able to complete it before the end of our term. And I know that with the leadership of the current Prime Minister, Saint Jude's is going to be given priority every step of the way. So I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make my short contribution, and I want to lend my support to this motion. Thank you very much.
Member for Vieux-Fort North.
No, we have a lot coming for you.
Seriously.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I stand in support of the resolution presented by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs, the Youth Economy, National Security and Justice. And this resolution, Mr. Speaker, I support in its entirety. I note, Mr. Speaker, in particular, Part 4 of the resolution, which reads, and I quote just that section there, that the Parliament of St. Lucia, cognizant of the distressing conditions of the St. Jude Hospital at the George Odlum National Stadium, further expresses its profound gratitude to the doctors, nurses, and staff and patients for their contribution, dedication, patience, and commitment over the years. Mr. Speaker, almost all of my colleagues, not almost, all of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, have spoken about the dedication of the staff at the St. Jude Hospital, the doctors, the nurses, the ancillary staff, and even volunteers, Mr. Speaker. Many people have come together as a community to hold up the St. Jude Hospital. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate them. Let me also say, Mr. Speaker, let me take one second to wish the people of Vieux-Fort North a happy and prosperous new year with good health, happiness, and blessings of the Holy Spirit. Mr. Speaker, today the people who put us in this parliament are listening. They are watching us, Mr. Speaker, as we write yet another chapter in what has become, and I heard the Member of Parliament for Vieux-Fort South, I don't know if I saw his page or if he saw mine, but what has become the tragic story of the St. Jude Hospital. A tragedy indeed. Tragedy, Mr. Speaker. The voters who put us here, Mr. Speaker, were convinced that we had an uncaring government in the government of the United Workers' Party. The voters of July 21, 2021 expect nothing less than for us to deliver the St. Jude Hospital, vigorously pursue justice for the taxpayers and set a standard of behavior in government which will prevent this recklessness from ever happening again, Mr. Speaker. And this is why we are here. I joined the Prime Minister, the Member of Parliament for Castries East, in recognizing the staff, as I've said before, and the patients, and I recognize their sacrifice and determination. In solemn thought, however, Mr. Speaker, I recall the memories of Murnas Vijay, Mr. Sudin, Mr. Jean-Baptiste, all from Vieux-Fort North, who perished in the fire of September 9th, 2029. I pledge, Mr. Speaker, to continue to make representation to our caring government so that payments of the authorized ex gratia awards to the families can be made. We will support the families, Mr. Speaker, in obtaining the requested legal documents to finally give them the authorized benefits, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward, as the Member of Parliament for Vieux-Fort North, I look forward to the day when we will stand on that site, Mr. Speaker, and have their names engraved in some stone or plaque and say something about them, those three who lost their lives on that fateful night, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the physical and psychological damage must be beyond explanation. Those people, the families who lost their loved ones, the nurses, the doctors, some of whom, Mr. Speaker, were injured, individuals from the community who were injured, others injured psychologically up to now. This must be beyond explanation. And our government will continue to work to finally complete this project once and for all, Mr. Speaker. Once and for all. And I listened to my colleagues, and it is very clear to me, Mr. Speaker, that they too understand, and they have explained to us, to this House, the damage, both physical, psychological, and otherwise, that the non-completion of this project has wreaked on the people of the South and the people of St. Lucia. But what does this debate mean for the people, Mr. Speaker? Je vais vous dire ici aujourd'hui pour dire qu'encore nous avons parlé des affaires Saint Jude. Les affaires Saint Jude là qui ne peuvent finir, c'est un couève chair. Et nous avons parlé de Saint Jude de Chai, Mr. Speaker. Là, nous sommes un gouvernement, nous sommes en opposition. Avec ces membres parlement qui ont parlé avant moi, j'ai dit un Chai en l'air, tous ces limos, tous ces millions de dollars, avec ou ka wè qui gouvernement qui était là avant, pas te mêlé. Avec moun, c'est pas ça qui était l'idée premièrement. But what does this debate mean for the people? There are many people who say, Mr. Speaker, why debate St. Jude again? Why talk about St. Jude? But I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to contribute to breaking down what some people refer to as a culture of indifference to corruption. We have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker. This culture of indifference to corruption through the abuse of the taxpayers' funds in St. Lucia must stop. It must stop, Mr. Speaker. And other colleagues of mine have expressed similar words. Why must there be a debate on St. Jude? Why is this important to the people? We must continue to contribute to continuous debate and enlightenment. Look at what has happened in the United States, Mr. Speaker. On January 6, 2021, a group of thugs and other hooligans and others stormed the U.S. Capitol. What happened, Mr. Speaker? It has taken months and months and months of deliberations, of people sitting down in committee after committee hearings, deliberately documenting what happened on that day, January 6. The January 6 committee, Mr. Speaker, took their time, because I am sure that what will come out of this, Mr. Speaker, is a recording for history, so that the children would not repeat the mistakes of the past. Mr. Speaker, if our children repeat the mistakes of the past, and if our children continue to do what happened with the Saint Jude project, it has to be their choice. But it must not be because we did not leave a body of evidence and actions, Mr. Speaker, which will guide them to a better society. That's why we are having this debate. We also have a political responsibility to keep our promises, Mr. Speaker. And one of my colleagues said it. We have a political responsibility to keep our promises to the people. And that is why I support my colleague when he said, and more than one of my colleagues said it, we must investigate further the circumstances around the hospital and its construction and all of these actions. And you know what? We must take action, Mr. Speaker. We must take action. For if we do not take action, Mr. Speaker, if we do not take action, all of what we are saying would just be words, 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 words. According to a former parliamentarian who has now gone to the great beyond. Mr. Speaker, this is very important. And the Member of Parliament for Castries East and Prime Minister has taken concrete steps. He has announced in the public domain the appointment of certain public officials who will be responsible for certain investigations, Mr. Speaker. He has also come to this House and caused there to be legislation for the special prosecutor. So I'm encouraged, Mr. Speaker, that action will be taken. And we must take this as seriously as we are taking the completion of the hospital project. This debate, Mr. Speaker, demonstrates again that people were not the priority of the former government. And so, Mr. Speaker, instead of completing the project for the people, they use all sorts of political maneuverings and meanderings while the people continued to suffer. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament from Castries East and Prime Minister is a people-first Prime Minister. The focus on the completion of Saint Jude for the people is first for this Prime Minister. And all of our actions demonstrate that so far, Mr. Speaker. And the Saint Jude Hospital is very significant to the entire healthcare system. And this is why we must complete the hospital, because the Saint Jude Hospital is critical for the operation of the entire healthcare system in St. Lucia. And just before I continue, Mr. Speaker, the member for Choiseul spoke about the oxygen plant. I wish to clarify that the Saint Jude reconstruction project at Auger made provisions for an oxygen plant. And this oxygen plant would feed into the hospital right to the beds of patients. There is another oxygen plant which was procured by the Saint Jude Hospital Board at the time. And because of the increase in COVID-19 cases and the increased demand for oxygen, an oxygen plant was secured and housed at the NDC factory shell in V4. This oxygen plant is fully furnished, but has not been in operation because there are still issues with finalizing the financing and so on. And that is the plant which was given support by Lucia and some other corporate entities. So these are two different plants which we are referring to. Mr. Speaker, we believe, this government believes, that central to the development of our country is good quality, accessible, affordable health care. And the Saint Jude Hospital is key in all of that. Good quality health care, Mr. Speaker, is the pivot, it is the springboard, it is the foundation and roots of a healthy society. And the Saint Jude Hospital must be completed to help us achieve this. The St. Lucia Labour Party governments over the years have always placed a high value on good quality health care. And faith, Mr. Speaker, the People's Choice, have always broken the progress of very progressive healthcare initiatives. And that is why elections have consequences, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we must work hard to protect the victory. Because if we do not protect the victory, you will find possibly a UWP government coming in again and destroying all the good quality healthcare advances which we have. Elections have consequences. And these initiatives go way back. Removal of fees at health centers, training of doctors and nurses. Which government trained the most nurses and doctors in the history of St. Lucia? Under Dr. Kennedy Anthony as Prime Minister, we had a batch of 300 nurses who went to Cuba. You know what the UWP said at the time? People said, oh, we're taking all these children from which communities to send to be trained as nurses. Many of them, upon their return, became registered. They say it's Labour Party people from certain communities. These nurses became registered in St. Lucia. Many of them served St. Lucia. And you know what? Many of them also are serving in countries like the United States of America. Some of them have become doctors. You know, they are serving in England and so on. A Labour Party initiative. So we know about good quality healthcare. And the Labour Party government has always been forward with initiatives in healthcare. The member for Beaufort South spoke about the OKEU, the Mental Wellness Center, the statutorization of the Saint Jude Hospital, and I can go on and on and on. So our commitment to the completion of a facility like the Saint Jude Hospital is natural to our government, Mr. Speaker. Our history is there. We do not have a history of stopping healthcare initiatives. We don't have a history of stopping hospitals. So this is natural to us. So the St. Jude Hospital project is important to us. The completion of it is important. Our work, Mr. Speaker, in healthcare and elderly affairs gives us hope and our work brings our dream of universal healthcare alive. The work which we've done so far, Mr. Speaker, in 1.5 years, we are driving universal healthcare as the core force of our healthcare system. And where does the St. Jude Hospital fall in all of that? We must improve because we have demonstrated from 2021 the things we have done to ensure that the St. Jude Hospital remains important. And that is why we continue to be interested in it, and that is why we are going to complete it. Look at what we have, Mr. Speaker. And again, the member for Beaufort South spoke about it. Right now, we have an Owen King EU hospital with 86 beds. You know the situation we have right now? That we have to use excess capacity at the respiratory hospital or Victoria Hospital, use some of the wards to house and manage patients from the Owen King EU hospital. And then the St. Jude Hospital, 52 beds, 52 active beds. And then we had to create, the doctors and the nurses had to create another 14 beds in the ER area, converting space in and around ER into beds. Can you imagine this, Mr. Speaker? In 2023, the people, the professionals at St. Jude Hospital, that is what they have to deal with. And if the last government did not stop the project, Mr. Speaker, and did not use politics to play the lives of people, we would not have this situation today at the St. Jude Hospital, Mr. Speaker. So where did the last government place St. Jude in all of its plans? What it did, Mr. Speaker, it took St. Jude and played politics with it, forgetting that the St. Jude Hospital is part of a system in the whole healthcare system of St. Lucia, which is required in order for us to have a functioning, good quality healthcare system. So I repeat, 86 beds at OKEU. 52 beds, Saint Jude Hospital, and 14 beds, and still inadequate, Mr. Speaker. And the Saint Jude Hospital serves over 40% of the population. Why is it important to have this debate? We have over 400 workers at the Saint Jude Hospital, Mr. Speaker. And since 2015, 2016, the workforce increased by 62%. Over 152 more workers since 2015, 2016. So the Saint Jude Hospital is not just a pian hospital. It's a significant institution. Look at admissions, Mr. Speaker. Between 2015 and 2019, patient admissions increased by 33%. That's pre-COVID. 33% increase between 2015 and 2019. Didn't the last government realize that this is a significant institution? Which means that people are accessing the services at St. Jude Hospital increasingly. Let us look at admissions, Mr. Speaker. Why is it important to talk about St. Jude? Last year, there were about 5,534 admissions. In the ER, 9,576. Outpatient, 11,000. And specialty clinics. Listen to that. 14,363. This is no PM hospital. This is a serious hospital. And when you look at the numbers, you ask yourself, why didn't the last government put the completion of the St. Jude Hospital way up in its, on top of its priorities, Mr. Speaker? And we estimate that after COVID, the situation of admissions have increased after the heights of COVID. We are seeing all sorts of conditions. The doctors are speaking about long COVID. People who have never had heart issues or lung issues and so on, people are seeing all sorts of challenges, Mr. Speaker. So the St. Jude Hospital must be treated with some urgency, Mr. Speaker. Why didn't the last government see to it that this project was completed? So, Mr. Speaker, the St. Jude reconstruction tragedy has also created the story of impacts on its operations. And when we speak about reconstructing the St. Jude or completing the rehabilitation project, Mr. Speaker, there is another story. When we speak about rehabilitation, we speak mainly about the buildings. We need to finish the buildings so that we can move the patients into the hospital. Because our hospital, c'est un building, il est concrete, il est galvanized, il est chambre. Mais c'est pas ça tout seul qui est l'hôpital, Mr. Speaker. When we speak about the rehabilitation project, if you look at the reports, you also refer to operations at the hospital. And therefore, the non-completion of this project has also impacted the operations. And what will people be asking? People will be asking, well, you came into government in July of 2021. What have you done at the current St. Jude site to improve the operations? And what have you done to prepare for moving out of the stadium, Mr. Speaker? This motion also speaks to the operations of the hospital. And what are we doing, Mr. Speaker? It is important to understand that this government from July 2021, Mr. Speaker, from very early, decided that we are going to do something about the St. Jude Hospital. We put together the review committee, Mr. Speaker, which prepared this report. We put together a new board of management at the St. Jude Hospital, new management with a new direction, which started to give the St. Jude Hospital a new strategic purpose, a new strategic direction. I'm not going to spend time here, Mr. Speaker, to speak about all of the reports which we have garnered on the operations of St. Jude during the tenure of the last government. It will make you cry. You talk about rehabilitation of buildings. If you talk about the operations at Saint Jude Hospital, Mr. Speaker, if you see the reports, you will cry. There will be an opportunity for him to speak about them. But we took action to ensure that the Saint Jude Hospital was put on a path which would cause it in the new rehabilitated center, which would cause it to do well. Mr. Speaker, in order to support the rehabilitation of the Saint Jude Hospital, to make sure that when the hospital is completed, we are able to operate the hospital properly, the government of St. Lucia in November of 2022 came to Parliament and amended the Saint Jude Hospital Act, which permits the government through the minister responsible for finance to guarantee payments of principal and interest of unauthorized borrowing by the hospital. So again, this hospital, in addition to the difficulties of the building and all of the monies that were wasted, which the motion speaks to, in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, this hospital has been a cash-strapped hospital. And the new board has made moves under the chairmanship of Mr. Elevic to ensure that the hospital can get proper financing. So it does not make sense to just fix the building. Fixing the building is great, but our government has also gone the next step. So in tandem, we are working on ensuring that we transform the hospital into the new rehabilitated building, but also we are working on the operations to ensure that we have a successful hospital, Mr. Speaker. What else have we done? And somebody asked, so what have you all done where the hospital is right now? And the nurses are very important. The Minister for Finance and the Cabinet approved approximately $275,000 towards retroactive pay for nurses and doctors as agreed upon in December 22. You might tell me, Mr. Speaker, how does that relate to the rehabilitation of the hospital? Well, in the motion, Mr. Speaker, in 4, we are expressing gratitude to doctors, nurses, staff, and patients for their contribution. So it is not just the building. Our government is also looking at the other aspects of the hospital. Mr. Speaker, our government allocated $1.5 million as a result, the eastern and western canopies. You would recall in the media, Mr. Speaker, these canopies were falling down and people, one of them leaned to a side. Safety issues at the stadium. And as a result of the allocation which the Minister for Finance placed in the budget, the hospital was able to repair both canopies. So if you go to the hospital now, Mr. Speaker, both canopies were removed and replaced. These are not actions which would mean that we would stay at the hospital. But they are very important signals by this government, Mr. Speaker, to show that we are concerned about the safety of the nurses and staff, doctors and other staff, non-professional staff, while they are at the hospital. The report, Mr. Speaker, spoke to some remedial works that need to be made. And in the report, the producers of the report suggested that the government should put aside $1 million to do remedial works. And part of the works included the removal of the Olympic rings, Mr. Speaker, and some other works. In fact, they did not mention the canopies, but the canopies came before, and therefore we worked on the canopies, and we will continue in this last quarter to work on other aspects of the report which the writers deemed important. Biomedical equipment, Mr. Speaker. Since coming into office, we have spent $422,000 on biomedical equipment at the Saint Jude Hospital. $422,000. Infusion pumps, syringe pumps, medical ventilators, cardiac monitors, vital sign monitors, rolling stands, oxygen concentrators, high flow nasal machines, hematology analyzer, and other chemical analyzers. I want at this time, Mr. Speaker, to also thank the Kiwanis Club of Martinique, because they came through and donated, Mr. Speaker, an ultrasound machine to the Saint Jude Hospital. I want to thank also, Mr. Speaker, the Cooperative Credit Union League of St. Lucia. They donated a high-flow ventilator to the Saint Jude Hospital. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to find out, while the last government stopped the project, there are serious issues with biomedical equipment at the hospital. We did not sit down and say, oh, the project is not finished and therefore we are not going to put money towards the St. Jude Hospital. That is the hope. That is the hope and confidence which we are giving to the people of the South and the people of St. Lucia. That even while we are working out the rehabilitation of the St. Jude Hospital at Auger, we are putting money into the current St. Jude operations, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our people get better quality health care, Mr. Speaker. What else did we do, Mr. Speaker? And as part of the general refocusing of health care and the work that we do in the ministry and throughout the hospitals, we found, Mr. Speaker, that yes, St. Jude Hospital has biomedical equipment, but the biomedical equipment goes bad. It takes time to repair the biomedical equipment at all of our health and wellness centers. Very simple biomedical equipment, they go bad and it takes time. What did we do? For the first time, we formed a biomedical technical support unit at the ministry. For the first time. A whole unit, Mr. Speaker. And this unit has worked with the St. Jude Hospital to assist them with biomedical support and throughout the country. What I'm telling you here, Mr. Speaker, is simply to say that we are also focused on the operations of the hospital. Just a month ago, Mr. Speaker, through the World Bank sponsored Health System Strengthening Project, which is a project which was already ongoing when we came into government, we ensured that the St. Jude Hospital got 2 new vehicles, a pickup van and a panel van, to assist them with their operations. So we have done quite a bit. There is a lot more to do to ensure that as we move the processes along to complete the rehabilitation of the hospital, we work with the current board and the staff at the hospital to ensure that we have better health care at the hospital. Mr. Speaker, il est important parce que quand nous travaillons pour ranger l'hôpital Saint Jude, building tout seul, c'est pas Saint Jude. Là, ni opération, là, ni qui manière docteur qui travaille, est-ce docteur ni ces machines? Avec ça, nous avons dit, c'est le dernier gouvernement, pas te mettre ça comme priorité. Ce n'est pas ça qui est important. Yon l'année et demie, le dernier gouvernement était là. À présent, ça a été fait. C'est grade place pour cheval galoper, cheval qui a venu les plaines, Boeing 747, police qui a des cheval comme ça. C'est ça qui a été fait. Mais nous-mêmes, à présent, yon l'année et demie, tant ça nous a fait. Nous avons aidé Saint Jude, nous changer la loi pour board Saint Jude, ça joue plus l'argent pour opérer l'hôpital là. Nous prenons 270 000 $ pour assurer que nos docteurs Saint Jude jouent back pay. Nous aussi prenons 1,5 million $, Mr. Speaker, pour manger. Là, quand on dit dans Saint Jude, là, il y a des débats, il y a une canopie en anglais. Un grand chapeau. Il y a une glace, c'est glace ça est presque tombé. Avec nous, allez nous manger ces bagages là, nous mettons neuf. Nous savons ça pas assez. Mais ça nous a dit, ça c'est un gouvernement qui a tué le peuple là, qui santé avec le monde qui a travaillé Saint Jude. Et pourtant pour nous, nous savons que ce n'est pas tout le bagage qui doit être. Malheureusement, il y a des chain supplies dans le container qui le dernier gouvernement a fait là. Avec la tennis, ça y a molle, champignon. Nous tenons pour tirer là et mettre en l'autre place. Comme ça, nous savons que c'est mon qui a souffert. Mais le gouvernement, ça là, qui a en confiance qui nous avons travaillé avec eux à l'hôpital là pour aider la situation. Là, il y a chaque bagay nous avons, Mr. Speaker. Bagay pour garder battement, qui manière tchao kabat. Machine pour mettre en les patients. Oxygen concentrator. Avec Kiwanis Club of Martinique by ultrasound machine. Avec Cooperative Credit Union League Saint-Lucie. By high flow ventilator avec moi oui merci you en chai. Comme ça Mr. Speaker, nous oui merci you. Comme ça Mr. Speaker, avec Saint Jude là, nous savons yo gaspiller l'argent. Nous ouais qu'on yo gaspiller l'argent. Avec yo ka fait un chai bagay politique, les moun ka malade avec moun ka tombé en faillite en affaire Saint Jude ça là. In a year and a half, Mr. Speaker, we have put the St. Jude Hospital at the heart of strengthening our healthcare in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. At the top of our agenda. And Mr. Speaker, the whole development of the St. Jude Hospital, when we move to the new site, the movement will come with a whole new plan, an energized plan for the universal healthcare in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And in a year and a half, what did we do? And to include the St. Jude Hospital, we have a universal healthcare director, Mr. Speaker. Cabinet has approved a plan to implement universal healthcare, to include the St. Jude Hospital. We have advanced plans, Mr. Speaker, to implement the Castries Urban Polyclinic, a decision which was made by Cabinet way back in 2013. This Prime Minister and this Cabinet, we have agreed that we are going to advance it. And that is going to help the St. Jude Hospital. How is that going to happen? The system of healthcare facilities in St. Lucia will work together, Mr. Speaker. The Castries Urban Polyclinic will ease pressure on the OKEU Hospital because we intend to open it until midnight. We have strengthened the governance at OKEU. We have a new CEO, Dr. James, and he has taken certain actions, Mr. Speaker, which demonstrates that the management of the hospital is going in an interesting and dynamic, creative direction. New equipment has been procured. And all of this will assist the pressure on the St. Jude Hospital because we have patients coming from all over St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to develop this system to help. Mr. Speaker, with our focus on St. Jude Hospital, we are awakening a St. Lucian spirit, the consciousness of St. Lucians of the value of good health, Mr. Speaker. The OKEU gets about $50 million last year they got from central government, Mr. Speaker. The OKEU provides about $4 million in services. They only collect 10% of that, Mr. Speaker. The government has to come in. Are you listening to me, Mr. Speaker? The OKEU, our premier health facility, it provides $4 million worth of services, but it only collects 10% from the population. Who is paying for the rest of that? The government provides $50 million, and by some very conservative estimates, we need at least $100 million to begin to run the OKEU in the way that we should. What about the St. Jude Hospital, Mr. Speaker? We provide about $19 million. The St. Jude Hospital possibly needs 3 times that. And when you look at the budget of the health sector budget, the ministry, what we get from the government in the budget, $175 million, you ask yourself, you want to kick yourself and say, all of this money which was wasted, couldn't we get $150 million if that money was not wasted to help St. Jude, to help OKEU, so that the people of St. Lucia can get better health care? But that was not their intention, Mr. Speaker. How do people who are sick feel today? After they have heard all of what my colleagues have said and what the Prime Minister said, the wanton waste of millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, how do they feel? The people of my constituency, when they want to go for some surgery in Martinique, and it's difficult for the family, and for the people of Bellevue and Grace and Vigée Kako and Pierrot and so on, to understand that the last government wasted millions of dollars, not just $1 or $10 or $20 million, wasted it on a box. Kimana yoka santi, Mr. Speaker. Let's say Mounaka Tanjodia, qui millions, presque $200 millions gaspillés avec peut-être maman yo, ici au mari yo tenir l'opération pour faire Martinique et gouvernement passant aider avec l'argent. Ça c'est ça dernier gouvernement te ka fait. C'est ça yo te ka fait. Yo pas tenir la terre moun premier, Mr. Speaker. And that's why this debate is important. So that the people of St. Lucia can understand how their money, the taxpayers' money, can be wasted. I want to know, Mr. Speaker, how members on the other side feel. The former Prime Minister, member for Mikusau, how does he feel? The member for Choiseul, how does he really feel? How does he really feel, Mr. Speaker? The people spoke on July 21st, 2021. And we have seen the actions of this government. Last week, Friday, Mr. Speaker, the steering committee for the Saint Jude Hospital Rehabilitation Project met. The Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs is an integral part of the rehabilitation project at Saint Jude. I remember the former minister, when asked, and the tape is still there, when asked about the Saint Jude Hospital, she said she does not know. Go and ask the Minister for Economic Development. She doesn't know what's happening. Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, I know what's happening, and I will know what's happening, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Finance and Prime Minister has said publicly that the Ministry of Health has to be integral in this process. And by cabinet conclusion, we have asked for representatives from the Ministry of Health. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health is part of the process. The Corporate Planning Unit has representation. The Medical Director at St. Jude Hospital, Dr. Natram, is part of the process. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, since this process started, the medical staff at the St. Jude Hospital, many of them have visited the St. Jude Hospital site. And when they went there, it was like, wow, woo, that's the first time they went there. Many of them, when we took them to the box, that was the first time they were visiting the box. And they could not believe their eyes. So we are not doing this on our own. This is not a one-man show. And I don't know if I'm in his seat or if he's a member for Babuno. This guy, a certain person who sat here, I hope this is not his seat. Do you remember the boasting and tearing of court and endless files and documents and no one can touch me and this and that, and he used to tell the member of his house, you cannot tie my shoelace. You remember that? You understand? These things, we are here but for a moment, Mr. Speaker. And the best we can do is to do the best that we can do for the best of our country, Mr. Speaker. We are passing through. And we get regular updates at Cabinet. The Prime Minister updates. If I have to update, I will update. And that is how we are doing this project. Mr. Speaker, ce n'est pas un monde qui a managé les affaires Saint Jude là. Un dernier gouvernement, là, il a demandé ministre santé, qui ça qui a fait avec Saint Jude? Il toujours dit pas ça. Il a dit, il a demandé dernier membre Castries Southeast, Minister for Economic Development. Il a dit, il a demandé, il partait ça. Qui m'a dit un ministre santé? Il a oui bâti à l'hôpital là, pas avant. Ou pas pièce ministre santé, man. C'est ça qui était fait. Pas un gouvernement ça là. Premier ministre l'a même dit that ministry santé ni pour en dit dans les affaires. Et qu'on a ouais en public là, les nous aller les toi. Dernier les yo commencé matin ici, moi en Taïwan, pièce là t'es là, là t'es ni docteur là avec bail comme ça. Comme ça nous en dit dans. C'est docteur Saint Jude avec administration là. Comme ça si là il y a un problème, avec délai là il y a un problème. C'est pas toute bagaille qui allait bien toute l'air. Si là il y a un problème, c'est docteur ça dit on changer ça. Ou bien ministre là ça dit ça pas bon comme ça. Avec nous ka aller si là un problème nous ka ranger. C'est comme ça nous ka fait projet ça là. So Mr. Speaker, our solemn bond is built by trust and actions, Mr. Speaker. When we say we will deliver, Mr. Speaker. When this Prime Minister says he will deliver, he has delivered, Mr. Speaker. And we have started to deliver. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I will feel proud and I will have profound joy, Mr. Speaker, as the parliamentary rep for Vieux Fort North and the Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs, when I will stand with my people from Vieux Fort North and the other constituents from Vieux Fort South, the rest of the South, Miku North, Miku South, all around, Mr. Speaker, Labrie, and the whole of St. Lucia, when we will stand to celebrate and honor our people, our doctors, our nurses, the patients, on that day when the St. Jude Hospital will be transferred from the stadium to the hospital at Auger, Mr. Speaker. Cantonment. Vieux Fort South. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. I give all my energy to the rehabilitation of the St. Jude Hospital. My colleagues, Mr. Speaker, have gone through the reports, page by page. The former Prime Ministers, Mr. Speaker, the member for Vieux Fort South and the member for Castries North, they have done something historic in this parliament. For it may be the only time when two former Prime Ministers who led this project laid their cards out bare. I await the deliberation from the member for Miku South and former Prime Minister. I await, Mr. Speaker, to see how he's going to come out of the traps that he set for himself through his own deliberations and his own machinations because of politics and not because of the power of the people and not because the people were first, Mr. Speaker. I wait to see how he gets out of that. But as usual, I expect, Mr. Speaker, a lot of bobbing and weaving and flashing mirrors, to borrow a great phrase on a member of Castries East. I expect a lot of that. We have come to expect a lot of that. But the people of St. Lucia will see the facts, they will hear the facts, and decide for themselves, Mr. Speaker. I end with this. The spirits of Mernas, Mr. Jamba and Mr. Sudin are watching us. And the spirits, the sweat, tears and blood of all of the doctors and the nurses, the patients who have gone to the great beyond for reasons which may include the conditions that they were left in for so many years. All of those spirits are around us, Mr. Speaker. And let us not fail them. Let us not fail ourselves. And let us not fail the people of St. Lucia. Let us complete the Saint Jude reconstruction project. And let us move the people from the stadium to the hospital. And I am sure we will. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Mico South.
You have to come. Mr. Speaker, you have to fix that.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me wish everybody a prosperous New Year, and may good health continue to prevail upon your families and your friends and your constituents. May I also take the time to recognize the constituents of Mico South and thank them for their continued support, and that we continue to prosper together in making Mico South one of the finest constituencies in St. Lucia. Speaker, in some ways it's a good thing what we're here doing, but some ways it's discouraging. And I'm sure for many of the St. Lucian citizens who are looking at us tonight and looking at the amount of energy and in some cases passion that was put into the debate this evening on a very important issue. But let us not fool ourselves for a moment in thinking that the citizens of this country right now are preoccupied with history. They've heard it. There's nothing new that's come out here. Maybe some of the persons who have not said things but are now, depending on what side they're sitting on, now have something different to say than they were saying before. People today, Mr. Speaker, really want to know how much money is it going to take to finish Saint Jude's? They want to know what are they going to get after we spend this money? And very, very importantly, Mr. Speaker, they want to know how long. You know, they believe that some of the issues that we're bringing up here, all the threats that have been made in the past about inquiries and all kinds of stuff that have unearthed what? And even when we unearth information on people, Mr. Speaker, who cares? It just goes on deaf ears. There's hard evidence, Mr. Speaker, on members in this House in which we've chosen to ignore, but yet we're continuously looking for the next issue that we can distract people's attentions from. But are we really interested, ultimately at the end of the day, in the corruption? So, Mr. Speaker, it's very important, I think, that we start from what we inherited, because that's what I can speak to. What we inherited in 2016. And I think that a lot of information has already been provided, so I'm not going to get into a lot of detail, but it was amazing to me the detail that was not spoken to. So the first inkling of a problem, Mr. Speaker, really is the infamous letter of March 30th, in which the then permanent secretary, Ms. Polius, wrote a letter to the then Prime Minister from Vieux-Fort South, in which they alerted the then Prime Minister that there was going to be a delay in the project, a further delay, because the project was supposed to be completed by the summer of 2016. And what they indicated was that the project now, more than likely, hopefully, would come to completion by the end of December of 2016. But also very importantly, Mr. Speaker, that the cost of the project, which had originally been estimated at $60 million, was now estimated to come in at $180 million. That's the first red flag that something was wrong. The next report that we received, Mr. Speaker, is the handover report from Ms. Shanti King. And the report, very interesting report, Mr. Speaker, because the report gives us a very good insight as to why we were where we were. So when the United Workers' Party demitted office in 2011, Mr. Speaker, the hospital, which was a rebuild of the existing surgical hospital with the addition of some rooms, was almost 85% complete. So, and that's 85% complete of what was originally going to be just a rebuild of the surgical lab and the adding of 30 etc. rooms, and exactly what the Prime Minister King said in his presentation. A building that would have allowed the transfer of the persons who were currently operating in the stadium to move into that temporary facility. And it's important because it's in this report. On page 7, it says, Mr. Speaker, of the Shanti King report, as a result of the change in scope and associated costs, it was determined that the approach to the renovation of the existing facility and construction of a new facility at Saint Jude be revisited. In this regard, a new strategic approach had been approved by the former Prime Minister King in August of 2011. This new approach allowed for the renovated facility to be retained and a smaller specialist hospital to be constructed on the new site as a result. This approach was expected to guarantee the reinstatement of Saint Jude Hospital completely at its original site with a new improved infrastructure. The preliminary design for the specialist facility was initiated with the commencement of a needs assessment to inform the design of the new facility. This was expected to facilitate a new design brief for the development of the preliminary designs and bid documents for a possible PPP transaction. It is expected that this facility would be a referral hospital to serve St. Lucia and the region. The International Finance Corporation of the World Bank had been formally engaged to advise the government of St. Lucia on the facility of the public-private partnership transaction. The due diligence process was ongoing, after which a formal engagement was expected. And this is currently on hold and being reviewed by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Finance and Public-Private Sector Committee. It goes on and says, Mr. Speaker, that the Department of Economic Development is the government agency responsible for the planning and implementation of this project. A project management unit was set up in February of 2010. The main responsibilities of the PMU is to facilitate the planning and implementation of the Saint Jude Hospital reconstruction project, oversee the implementation of the works and services to be contracted under this project, and prepare progress reports for the government of St. Lucia on the status of the implementation. The PMU also facilitated resource mobilization where possible. A project steering committee, which we've been in great reference to, has been set up to guide and oversee the implementation of the project, and the committee meets monthly where possible and compromises of the persons that have been mentioned. So, Mr. Speaker, it then goes on to show the donations that were made, the loan funding that we've spoken about, and gives basically a list of all the contracts that were executed. The human resource assessment for St. Jude Hospital. A number of contracts had to be issued over a period of time for varying scope of works. This was a result of inadequate financing to facilitate procurement of a single contract. The contracts were issued based on financial resources approved for the respective financial years. The consultant was advised of the approved budget and the project to completion. All contracts were approved as direct awards by the Honorable Prime Minister King and the Honorable Prime Minister Kenny Anthony, upon the written request and recommendation of the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Isaac Anthony, Dr. Reginald Darius, and Ms. Tracy Polius. Based on information provided by the PMU, the scope and the amount of all construction contracts were reviewed and recommended to the PMU by the consultant Halcro Limited based on their reviews and professional recommendations. The initial decision to utilize Cyril Donnelly Construction to commence the construction works was made by the government of St. Lucia on the basis that the company was utilized at the time of the fire prior to the commencement of the project to handle immediate construction needs, especially asbestos removal from the site. Speaker, the report goes on to say that the total project expenditure of $98 million is shown in the following table from the commencement of the project of February 2010 to in the financial year of 2009-2010 to the end of the period of financial year 2016-2017. And it goes on and says, these are the little details that we tend to skip over. It says, please note that all expenditure for the financial years confirmed by the PMU and the Account Department. However, Accounts Department confirmation is pending for the financial year 2016-2017 for the period ending July 31st, 2016. And once we know and we got the further reports, that $98 million, Mr. Speaker, ended up becoming $118 million is what was spent at that point. Mr. Speaker, it says on page 18, a change in policy direction in August of 2011 resulted in a replanning exercise to facilitate permanent reoccupation of the Saint Jude Hospital. However, financing was not available to meet the requirements of the new direction. As such, the PMU developed a strategy to disaggregate the outstanding works into smaller components and into thematic areas to qualify for targeted sources of funding, such as water, wastewater components, renewable energy components, medical equipment components. This resulted in the project management unit preparing various proposals for funding. Mexican government, the German government, the World Bank, the United States government, Taiwanese government. So in English, Mr. Speaker, there was not enough money to be able to do the entire project. So what the project was done is the PMU broke the project down into smaller parts and then went out and solicited funding for each of those components separately. So that's why we saw the Mexicans building the morgue and the Germans doing the electrical part of it. So the PMU knew they didn't have enough money, but they felt it was going to be easier to source the funding by breaking the project down into smaller parts. Construction on the site from 2010 to 2014 was directly related to the limited funds available through the government of Saint Lucia, the Republic of China, Taiwan, German government, Australian government. With the change in the implementation strategy, there was a greater demand on the government of Saint Lucia to mobilize financial resources to facilitate the implementation of works. Very importantly, Mr. Speaker, during the period of 2012 to 2015, the availability of funding dictated the pace of works on the ground. And I quote, "Despite the request by the project management unit for adequate financial resources to progress work on site, the funds made available were inadequate and work on site was restricted to approved funds for the respective financial years due to budgetary constraints." It goes on. As such, although much work could have progressed in the period 2012 to 2015, the work completed was restricted to the contracts issued based on the available funds. This inadequate financing posed additional issues, especially with a change in the policy direction, which was eventually accepted by the new government in November 2011. The Honorable Kenny Anthony, due to the uncertainty of the funding, it was challenging to progress certain project components on the ground. Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say, as a result of these issues still impacting on the available funds, a decision was taken to break up the project into phases, and it was broken up into 3 phases, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Health is part of the steering committee and has full knowledge of the funding submissions, including the submission for renewable energy solutions for the Saint Jude Hospital. Although decision was taken to divert the resources to new national hospital, assurances have been given by the Permanent Secretary that the other sources of funding will be mobilized to execute the components of Saint Jude Hospital. Challenges with the original main contractor. Cyril Donnelly Construction Limited, resulting in ongoing contracts being concluded by December 2013. The major issue with the main contractor was primarily his inability at the time to adequately finance the project works despite being paid the work done. There were no major issues with all of the subcontractors, and associated works produced as expected were hindered by the main contractor, whose major responsibility was that of the civil works components. The Saint Jude Hospital, to facilitate permanent occupation, prior to this, there was no confirmation that the government of Saint Lucia was able to fund the revised policy direction of full reconstruction of the Saint Jude Hospital. So in many ways, Mr. Speaker, the PMU was given a basket to hold water. The PMU was not only understaffed, 3 people, but they were underfinanced. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the former government want us to believe that Saint Jude was a priority. You know, the thing is that action speaks much louder than words. Not my words. This is the report of Shanta King. This is the report that she faced. And remember, I'm saying to you, this is the report that we relied upon initially, plus the other information. So, Mr. Speaker, let's continue.
We have teachers in the house.
Over the last 2.5 years, there have been a number of requests from Saint Jude Hospital being aware of the equipment in storage. Based on the request from Saint Jude Hospital, a number of pieces of equipment have been transferred further to approval to the Permanent Secretary and the Deputy Permanent Secretary. PME files contain relevant approval for transfer documents. This include medical equipment stored by holder, laundry equipment, printer, and a computer equipment. Mr. Speaker, proposals were received. This is the interesting part, Mr. Speaker. Proposals were received from Accreditation Canada for the commencement and the accreditation process, which was scheduled for January, February of 2017. I want to repeat that again, Mr. Speaker. Proposals were received for Accreditation Canada for the commencement of the accreditation process, which was scheduled for January to February of 2017. Now remember, at the time this was a government that was saying every 6 months, the Minister of Health was up there saying that the hospital was about to open. Let's not forget that. Hospital is going to open, hospital is going to open, hospital is open, but yet the accreditation process, and I want to make this very clear, Accreditation Canada is a private entity. And what it does, it helps hospitals and health institutions with best practices for operations. It is not an institution that goes in and looks at the physical layout of the buildings to give accreditation to the buildings. And that is why they could not come until it was operational. And that they themselves were also helping the government of St. Lucia, and rightfully so, to identify consultants to help now transfer the staff and the operations from the stadium into the new facility. So, Mr. Speaker, after reading this document and going through it in a lot of detail, and also looking at the supporting documents, and after a couple of field trips to the building site, in which there were claims that the building was 75% ready to be moved in. We were moving in any day. One obviously expected when they went there, because remember, the opposition then was denied the opportunity to go and visit the site. I remember standing up outside the gate as a parliamentarian, being denied being able to come in, with other parliamentarians, being denied the opportunity to come in. And that's despite making several requests to the government that we allowed as the opposition to go on the site to it. And I have to tell you, it was shocking when they went and what they found. So those experiences, Mr. Speaker, and the exit report that was done by Shanta King clearly did not show a very good picture. And certainly things like a master plan, things like planning approval, things for anybody to articulate exactly where this building was going to go and what it was going to look like, it was very difficult to find any of that information. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, it just so happened when I was at a meeting with CDB and I was looking for an engineering firm to review what had happened, and CDB said, but you have the best engineering firm in St. Lucia. I said, who's that? They said, FDL. So what do you mean? They said, FDL is one of the primary engineering firms that CDB uses. And they're world class. And they, in fact, CDB was concerned because they were so dependent on FDL. So we contacted Mr. Fontenart and asked Mr. Fontenart if he would put together a team of people to actually do an assessment report on the facility. He completed the final report in December of 2017, Mr. Speaker, and he completed an interim report, I believe, was in September of 2016. It was a technical audit. $1 million. right? I would love to know how much you paid the other people for the report. But anyway, that's not an issue. So the consultant ended up putting together quite an extensive team, Mr. Speaker, of people with the requisite expertise in hospital operations, electrical, all of the different technical aspects, staffing, etc., to do a review of the building and the facility. And Mr. Speaker, it was alarming. No member of the consultants team for contract 1 was assigned the key position of senior engineer technician. Instead, the consultant team comprised of a site engineer and a building engineer, none of whom have specific experience in hospital design or construction. Moreover, the assigned site engineer possesses neither the academic qualifications of an engineer nor the requisite construction supervision experience. While he has 5 years of work experience in a limited and analogous to the monitoring activities for construction of one building, a home for elderly, and one road project, rather than supervision of construction. No member of the consultant's initial team of key experts from contract number 1 had any specific specialist experience in hospital-related design and construction. Notwithstanding, the consultant identified 4 non-key specialists who would be available to provide advice if deemed necessary, namely 1 hospital MEP, 2 hospital building specialists, and 1 hospital architect. It goes on to say, the billing and the payment records examined to date show no payment request or payment associated with these individuals. It can be deduced from this that their services were not utilized during the project. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. I refer now specifically to some of the specific findings, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, the former Prime Minister, Kenny Anthony, said a very important thing. Words, 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 nice words. But what I want to get into now is a bit more of the detail. So when we say that the building was inadequate, when we say the building had not reached standards, maybe by getting into some of the detail of what those issues are, that we can have a better understanding. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, here we are as parliamentarians being asked today through this motion to do what? To make comparisons of reports? That's our role now? Well, that's what you've been asking us to do. So you're asking us to justify why the decisions were made. And if we're going to justify what the decision made, we must understand what the facts were, because the facts matter. The site appears to have been designed with vehicle access being the main mode of transportation, as all public or patient-related buildings are not within easy walking distance of the west or south entrances. So fundamentally, that the site is not pedestrian-friendly. As it is unclear, we can only assume that adequate sidewalk access has been proposed. However, a covered bus stop provided suggests that the transportation authorities will be allowed to have the hospital as one of their drop-off and pick-up points along the public bus routes. Though this appears to be thoughtful, the placement of this bus stop could adversely affect the flow of traffic and incur bottlenecks, as there is no lay-by consideration for what is one of the main vehicle access points. The East Wing building. The building is separated into multiple specialized department areas. The main department areas are clinics and wards. They are constructed of concrete masonry units. 8 inches of external walls and internal walls vary between 4 and 6 inches. Additionally, some of the internal partition walls are specified to be drywall. However, it is important to note that the drywall specifications was not stated. Therefore, there is no clear identification that these have any fire ratings. The lack of fire-rated doors and no specification of the drywall clearly shows there is a gap between the fire and safety compartmentalization planning, as well as the building and spatial functional planning. The surgical building is located towards the northern section of the facility, between the west wing and the east wing. The building is separated into 10 main department areas. It is constructed of concrete masonry units. 8 inches for external walls, and internal walls vary between 4 inches and 6 inches. Additionally, some of the internal partition walls are drywall. However, it is important to note that the drywall specifications was not stated. Therefore, there is no clear identification that these have any fire ratings. The lack of fire-rated doors and no specifications for the drywall clearly shows a gap between fire and safety compartmentalization planning and building and spatial functionality planning. Some of the specialized rooms with the diagnostic imaging department should have complete vaulted structure walls, roofs, and floors. However, in many cases, the walls are thicker, but the additional thickness of the floors has not been addressed. This would prove to be a health hazard over time, as the leakage of radiation from this imaging department, especially with the operation theater spaces above. The conclusion of just the buildings. Though history, research, and documentation, we've come to understand that the built environment has a long and profound effect on health and well-being, with the intended effect of any healthcare facility be that of a positive one. The primary mission of the healthcare is to do no harm, and this can be seen not only apply in the eternal application of healthcare, but the provisions of such which are nature of their design can affect the ability of the care to be administered. The review of the site planning and audit of each building structure on the site revealed inefficiencies, exclusions, code violations, and design contradictions that could very well lead to this renovated facility falling victim to the devastation by fire and rendered it unusable initially, as well as other ill-intended consequences. The issues highlighted are significant in nature. However, great value in present works completed to date, since the project is, and that's the part, you know, we've read it over and over, but again, we're always very selective of what we want to read. So here's what his conclusion is. The issues highlighted are significant in nature. However, great value is present in the works completed to date, since the project is salvageable and could be converted into a facility that can properly serve the needs of St. Lucia. The Saint Jude Hospital is designated as a district hospital, with one of its primary roles to ensure effective acute and referral services to the south of the island. The visual component of the design does little for the potential that the history and nostalgia of the site dictates. More could be done to uplift the image and swell the hearts of all those who have contributed to the facility held in such high esteem by the people of St. Lucia. So again, when we say, if we're going to listen to the engineer on one aspect that it can be salvageable, let us start understanding the level of deficiencies and inadequacies that the same engineering team have identified. And why is this important? Why am I taking my time to read many of these different issues? And I can go on. The installed generator is undersized. Plumbing. There are general and non-specific specifications pertinent to plumbing on the project. Plumbing work is detailed in Annex F. Much of the specification is redundant, dealing with repeatedly with external drainage. With regard to the internal plumbing of specific plumbing systems, the internal plumbing, there's little or no specification on the sanitary drainage and vent system, water heating system, portable water storage and pipe system, fire service systems, hydrants, dry rises, hot and cold water plumbing, gas piping for kitchen, floor drains, metering for the hot and cold water, and requirements for the access panels. In the handover status report, activity
Member
status,
for Castries Central, what is...
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I do know, Mr. Speaker, in the debate that reference can be made to a report and excerpts can be quoted. But we are here taking reading classes, Mr. Speaker, which is not the objective of this exercise. The member is free to refer to any report. That I accede to. But to sit here and to listen to pages and pages of a report that has been in existence from 2016 is not what this debate is all about, Mr. Speaker. So whilst reference can be made, I have had enough of that reading from the report, Mr. Speaker.
and I'm called the autocrat. It's amazing. The handover status report activity status section 6 indicates in item 14 that the design activities for plumbing are complete. However, a review indicates that no design work is available for the LPG installation at item 42. Design information of solar panels is complete, but there is no verifiable drawings or specifications for the major solar panel installation and is linked to the building. The most common defect observed were cracks in the concrete and masonry components of the building. They're related primarily to poor construction and can be easily repaired. The cracks appear superficial and non-structural in nature, except for those recorded in the dialysis building. Now, we keep making reference, Mr. Speaker, to two buildings that were demolished. The fact is that both of those buildings were structurally undermined. You know what's amazing is in one of the buildings, Mr. Speaker, they were in such a haste to build it, they built it over a tree trunk. And they left the tree trunk alive. So the tree trunk was actually still growing underneath the foundation and was causing all of the cracks. And one of the buildings that was deficient, in which it did not put any proper draining under the building, Mr. Speaker, was a dialysis building. And what it was doing was allowing seepage of water and other exterior elements to enter into an area which is supposed to be controlled environment. Mr. Speaker. So the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that it is okay to continue to say that buildings were broken down, but without explaining and understanding why they were broken down. And the question becomes, why were they built there in the first place, Mr. Speaker? Due to limitations and inconsistencies in the existing data, the structural capacity checks were limited to the roof structure. Rafter size to span, plywood sheeting thickness to the span ratios were evaluated using the design provisions of AWC, National Design Standard for Wood Construction. The analysis revealed that some structures listed below contained non-compliant rafters, and these were retrofitted as prescribed by the authoritative codes. Mr. Speaker, the origin and cause of the ponding observed in the dialysis building requires further investigation to mitigate the following: seepage into the foundation, induced differential settlement, and secondary defects in the building structure. All timber members that show evidence of fungal growth are to be replaced. Roof connections of all the buildings are to be checked to confirm the tightness and the full compliance with detailed requirements, improving fixed rafters and the ring beam. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important to understand that while the building could be salvaged, the end of the day, it comes to what was the cost going to be. So, Mr. Speaker, the intention was that going by what the architects and the engineers had designed for the completion of the building, Mr. Speaker, that the estimated cost to complete from $118 million would be another $82 million, Mr. Speaker. Now, what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that we heard the same members of this House, when they were in opposition, that said, go and put some Clorox, some paint, $5 million, $10 million, and you can move into the building in a couple of months. Well, Mr. Speaker, they have answered their own question. We've been now 18 months. And what has this government delivered on Saint Jude, Mr. Speaker? All they have delivered, Mr. Speaker, is a report that when you break it down is 25 pages and lacks any level of detail. None. Okay, Mr. Speaker? None. No detail. In fact, what it says is that it's going to take another 3 years before we can move into Saint Jude's, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I've highlighted the deficiency problems. And the problem was, and that's when we met with the technical team, in terms of their assessment of the $82 million to complete the building. And we said, Mr. Speaker, okay, can we re-engineer the building to downsize the aspiration of the building so that we can move the facility from the George Odlum Stadium into this new facility? That cost was still $80 million. And what they said, Mr. Speaker, which after now I've read some of this detail, hopefully we have an appreciation, honestly, with what the problem is. And that's the problem, is when you try to fix up old buildings. When you try to cure some of the problems and the deficiencies that were identified in the report, it may actually end up costing you more money. And Mr. Speaker, I am confident that that's right. Because, you know, this cabinet received this report on October 21st. So almost 14 months has gone by, Mr. Speaker. 14 months. You've had this report, and you've done nothing with it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there's one aspect in the report. It says that one of the recommendations it makes, Mr. Speaker, the recommendation it makes is that it should go and clad an area off and clean it. And it said what they should do is to give it multiple contracts to help out some of the people. But what did this government do? They went back to their old ways. One contract, direct award, to who? To who? Who got the contract? And we don't even know, is it $10 million that they got to clean the building? So you're telling me that when you were in opposition, you said all you needed was some Clorox and some paint, and it would cost you $10 million to go in, but you've spent $10 million on just trying to desanitize the building. You've done nothing. Do not try to defend that. You have achieved nothing. 18 months has gone by. You want to continue to convince people you're putting people first, but the member from Vieux Fort North got it right. All of this is a facade to defend the victory, to try to convince people that you are great, that you are right. And guess what? You don't even have the magnitude, the standard to stand up and accept responsibility for your role in Saint Jude's. And more importantly, that role now is growing every single day, and every day that passes by that we don't open Saint Jude's. But even more shameful, Mr. Speaker, is that this report doesn't even give you a way forward. So, Mr. Speaker, let's go to the pertinent thing in this report. So the first thing, Mr. Speaker, that's farcical. The first thing that's farcical, Mr. Speaker, is by Cabinet Conclusion number 6 of 2021, dated August, page 6. Cabinet approved the appointment of a committee to review the options and for the completion of the Commission of Saint Jude's, and to advise Cabinet on the feasibility and requirements for immediate move and transfer of operations from George Odlum to the old building. Some people call it a chicken coop. I don't know. I'll keep referring to it as the old building. The fact is that, Mr. Speaker, right, Mr. Speaker, so here it is that we're coming to the House with a motion to ask Parliament to advise Cabinet on a decision they've already made. And then I had to listen to the member from Grosley, Mr. Speaker, who said, no, we're an open government. We like to come and consult and get ideas from people. Mr. Speaker, of the 17 members in this House, 13 of them are in Cabinet. So what, you're coming to the House for the 4 people that are not in Cabinet? 4? That is what we're here for, Mr. Speaker. That's the motion that Parliament is going to advise Cabinet. I mean to tell me that Cabinet is so lost. They don't know what to do, that they have to come to Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, I know of what I remember and I know of Parliament. Parliament does two things. We pass legislation and approve money bills. Where does it say that Parliament is to advise Cabinet? I mean, amazing. And the fact is that who are they fooling? You're going to come to the House and go through a debate and say, oh, Parliament approved this? You have 15 of the people in this House belong to the opposition, Mr. Speaker. What is the rationale of coming to this House to ask us to debate this? If you want to go and inform the people, go and inform the people. You have NIS, you have everybody else. Go and do it. If you're so proud and you're so committed of what you all have been able to do, go and show the people what you've done. Tell people when you're ready to move into the Saint Jude's. So, Mr. Speaker.
That's why you lost the election, you don't understand.
So, Mr. Speaker, the mathematics. Page 20, 8.12. The review committee has deduced from the project manager's handover report and the consultant status report that the overall expenditure on phase 1 at August 2016 was the amount of 98 million. Although we now know that that amount is 118 million, could express in a pro rata basis of approximately 60% for construction works and 40% for furniture. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, that they really honestly have written in this report that people are so naive, people are so ignorant, that you would have think on a $100 million construction project, that $40 million was used for furniture? Really? And yet in their own report, they show that that's not true. They show that the civil works was almost $90 million by itself. So, Mr. Speaker, if you in fact take the $118 million and divide it by the 150,000 square feet that they're talking about, instead of being $358, Mr. Speaker, it's $540 per square foot. And then when you take the building, the phase 2 building, Mr. Speaker, and you divide it by the total expenditure of 118 million, and even if you want to take it and add the extra $50 million, Mr. Speaker, the cost comes to the same $540 per square foot, Mr. Speaker. Yet the member from Castries Southeast is coming up with $3,000 and then telling us, oh, because he's estimated how much he thinks it's going to cost to finish the hospital. I don't trust his numbers. What relevance is his numbers? This is the same gentleman, Mr. Speaker, that in a previous report oversaw the construction of a bathroom for $150,000. Member from Denry would remember that.
Yes, that's like the 10.
Okay? All right. But here's the most important thing, Mr. Speaker. Here's the most important thing, Mr. Speaker. Page 28. On 10.3, page 28. You don't even have the document. Mr. Speaker, this is the part that really brings everything home to roost. The state of completion of the works associated with phase 1, which the review committee had observed at the time of the site visit on the 21st of September, suggests that many of the buildings and functional spaces are more than 75% complete, and that only 2 areas which are still require major works in order to attain practical completion include the surgical and wing and the west wing. 2 very important parts. But what's interesting for me, Mr. Speaker, this same report says that the church is 75% complete. Really? All the church has is some walls. Maybe when they went there, they were confused because they saw a roof on top of it, but that roof is because they were using the church premise as a storage area, and they'd put a temporary roof on. Maybe that had them confused, Mr. Speaker. But here's important, B. Regardless of the approach adopted, because that's where we are today, Mr. Speaker. Where these assumptions are is exactly where the starting point is. I trust that you all will carry the forensic audits. The Price Waterhouse was hired. You can please continue with them, and you can get them to expand it to this new wing that we put in. But at the end of the day, what people are more concerned about is what these assumptions are and what implications that these assumptions have on our ability to open up St. Jude's. These ones. First one, the government of St. Lucia shall be privy to and can terminate or vary all current ongoing contracts. In English, what does that mean? That they have they have a Fresh Start there, and they have OECC there. The assumption is that the government can terminate those contracts. B, all construction documentation, including project drawings, are readily available to review for the reference by others. So it means that they must have all of the relevant documents all available before they can start anything. Phase 1 can attain full approval from the Development Control Authority. Wow, that's a big one. And that is something that has been debated, and you'll find out for yourselves. Can Phase 1 get DCA approval as a hospital? That's a very important question to ask. The transfer of the entire operations of the Saint Jude Hospital at the stadium can commence within 18 months. Finance for undertaking and completing all outstanding building works is available. So we saw in the Shanta King report that when you go and you start construction and you've not been able to secure all of your financing in advance, that it's going to be problematic. So this report again rightfully says, assumption that whatever you're going to do, once you've decided that you're going to have the money to complete it. Installation of internal building services, including power, lighting, air condition, CCTV surveillance, fire signage, are approximately 50% completed. And Mr. Speaker, that building has been dormant for almost 10 years. And even before it was dormant, the technical audit had identified that there were many flaws, some of them which I read. So the reality is it really 50% completed? Because do we have to go back and redo a lot of that work that was already done? That's an important question to answer, important question to ask, and an important question to be able to answer. Because if you don't know the answer to that question, then it means that the cost and the time to move into the building is going to be greater. Internal partitions within the key buildings are lightweight and freestanding.
Member for Mico South, you have 10 minutes left.
There are many walls that the material that was used and what it is consists of has not been determined. And a full audit has to be made of that before you can make the decision as to whether you're going to proceed. All outstanding doors and windows for the project are deemed to be materials on site. You mean to tell me in 18 months since this report, 14 months since this report, that hasn't been confirmed? All outstanding floor, wall, and ceiling finishes are deemed to be materials on site. That has not been confirmed. All outstanding iron, mercury, and lock sets are deemed to be materials on site. That has not been determined as yet. All outstanding sanitary fixtures for the entire facility are deemed to be materials on site. That has not been confirmed. Power supply and distribution lines have been installed, tested, and commissioned. That has not been done as yet. External plumbing and draining services, including water lines, hydrants, sewage systems, have all been installed, tested, and commissioned. That's not taken place yet. Given that the review exercise was conducted towards the end of 2021, tropical Atlantic hurricane season, give me a break, it is conceivable that no reconstruction works is likely to commence before the end of 2021. So imagine, this report contemplated that on January of 2022, work would have commenced. And that by December of 2023, we should have actually been moved in. Their own report on page 31. So the reality is, Mr. Speaker, until all of the assumptions that have been laid out, that have been answered properly and costed, you cannot even begin the process of contemplating moving in, which is going to take you 18 months from that period. So I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned. I think all solutions should be concerned that this is a government that in 18 months has done nothing, and now are going to take another 3 years to move into this project. And that's assuming, Mr. Speaker, that they can accomplish all those assumptions. So, Mr. Speaker, there were some critical things that were brought up in the question period that I felt that I really had to be able to answer. And I think that when we looked at where we were, Shanti King's report, FDL report, and the many questions, which those assumptions were the same things that we were asking ourselves, Mr. Speaker. The question became, was it faster and cheaper to continue to do phase 1, or was it better to build phase 2? And we determined that moving into phase 2 was better. And why? Because we felt that when you looked at phase 1 and the deficiencies it has as a hospital, those deficiencies do not exist if you think of it as a university. So imagine it as a medical university. That's why when Ross was leaving Dominica, we were able to bring Lisa Warnell over to St. Lucia, to look at St. Lucia and to look at Vieux Fort in particular. Sadly for us, lucky for Barbados, that when she went to Barbados, the Barbadian government offered them a fixed building, which was the old the conference facility they had. And the same Mark Maloney had a housing project of which they had a bunch of houses there, and they were able to move all the persons in there. So there was a more immediate ability. But the reality is both Lisa and many other people have said, if in fact you do have an operating hospital, and by chance, if that operating hospital starts offering services that are currently not available in St. Lucia, the attractiveness of having a university in proximity of a working hospital is huge. In fact, in Grenada, and let's remember that, in Grenada, the university there, Mr. Speaker, St. George's, was sold for $3 billion. This is big business. They have over 3,500 students there. And the university has been begging to be able to be facilitated and to coordinate with an operational hospital. So, Mr. Speaker, even when you talk about in the motion where it asks where are we going to go, this government has not even thought about that. They're still thinking that the big goal here is to move into Saint Jude. Well, wake up. It's not. The idea is to actually have a plan for Vieux Fort. The idea is actually to have a plan for St. Lucia. And when I see now that we're going to move the Oasis-class ships into Castries and abandon the idea of putting a cruise ship port in Vieux Fort, I can't believe it.
Member from Microsoft,
Really?
you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, yes. You know why? Because there was a vision and there was an ambition. I can't believe that there's still members on the opposite side that so much hate growth and development. And yet they believe that they're in the best interest of the people of St. Lucia. Vieux Fort and St. Lucia are falling behind the times. You know, Mr. Speaker, the member from Castries North indicated that he doesn't remember seeing the report. We said it many times in Cabinet. The report was always available to anybody. But you see, it's a memory of convenience. But I'm going to say to the member from Castries North, he needs to open his eyes. Because if he thinks that Lindquist was only investigating Guy Joseph, he needs to think twice. And I'm hoping that the Prime Minister will be honest with you and let you know about the investigations that were being done. Okay, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, it's not me. I don't know what's wrong with you. Oh, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be intrigued to see when the member sees the documentation of making him a person of interest. It's going to be intriguing to see what he has to say, and it's going to be intriguing to see how the Prime Minister handles that. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate the question. If we know that phase 1 cost $118 million, And preliminary estimates, Mr. Speaker, are that it's going to cost $90 million. But it can cost more if, in fact, some of the assumptions prove to be correct and that there are major deficiencies that have to be done. That $100 million could be substantially more. We do know that $118 million has been spent so far. And we do know that it's going to take another $46 million to be able to operationalize downstairs. When the Prime Minister says that there was a bill for $16 million to fix up the roof, part of that $16 million was already included the $46 million. The amount of double counting that I hear him being able to say that. Oh, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Go and check. Go and check, Mr.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order?
What's the point of order, Mr. Speaker?
Member for Miku South, he has risen on a point of order. May I hear him?
Please.
Mr. Speaker, I allowed the member from Miku South to go on a frolic of his own. But when he sits and he deliberately misleads the House, Mr. Speaker, I must stop him. Mr. Speaker, the $16 million for, and I didn't want to go there, but you see, he pushes me to go there. The $16 million, Mr. Speaker, for the roof is a quotation that came from a company on separate and apart, and I'll give you the date, Mr. Speaker, from the 46 million. Is 6, and if you want me to Speaker, I don't want to do that, but he's pushing me these kind of things. Cost estimates for revised enclosure works, inclusive of insulation and waterproofing of roofs, new wing facilities, Saint Jude Hospital reconstruction, and it goes. The total estimated cost of inclusive of VAT is $16,326,624.05 Eastern Caribbean dollars. That was dated on the 19th of December 2022.
Member for Miku South, you have heard an explanation. Would you like to respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The fact is what I said, it stands. I said part of the $16 million had already been included in the $46 million. I didn't say the entire amount. I said part of the amount was included. That's exactly what I said. So what's the issue? Okay?
Member for Miku South, you have 56 seconds left.
After you took all my time, Mr. Speaker? Wow. So, Mr. Speaker, so here we were confronted with a situation where we had one billing for $118 million with approximately $90 or more million to spend, $118 million and $46 more million to spend to get a 90-room facility. And this idea, Mr. Speaker, that you cannot move in downstairs without upstairs operational. Sure.
Mr. Speaker, the section 32 give the honourable member from Miku South another 10 minutes.
Honourable members, the question is, it's Standing Order 32-8 be suspended to allow the member of Miku South an additional 10 minutes in which to complete his presentation. And now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye, as many as of a contrary opinion say no. Madam Clerk, please take a call. Member of Miku South, please hold on. But the clerk is taking a call.
Honorable Virginia Albert Poyet, how do you vote? What's that? Are you honorable?
Members, there's a division. You either vote yea, nay, or abstain.
How do you vote? Huh? To allow the honorable leader. Yes? Okay. Honorable is not there. Honorable Kenson Casimir. Honorable Sean Edwell. How do you vote? Honorable Bradley Phillips. How do you? Honorable Richard Frederick. How do you vote? That's not there. Honorable Dr. Hila. Honorable Emma Hippolyte. Honorable Moses Shadati. Honorable Stevenson abstain. Honorable Philip J. Pierre. Honorable Alfred Prosper. Honorable Wayne Girard.
Members, the ayes are 11. If one abstention, an extension of 10 minutes is granted. Please proceed, member for Mico South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to my colleagues in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we can take some level of objectivity in what we're trying to achieve. And that is the issue that's confronting us. If you have phase one of a building that is 28 different buildings, in fact, when you look at it, you cannot think of it, Mr. Speaker, as being a world-class hospital. And you recognize some of the very clear deficiencies it has, and some of the deficiencies are hidden. We don't know the extent of those deficiencies. And when we say the box, Mr. Speaker, the fact is, when you go to any modern hospital today, that's what it is. And it's a box for a reason. And that all the services can be contained in one area. When we talk about the cladding that's being used, Mr. Speaker, the cladding is being used in order to make it a smart building. A smart building, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that mold is continuing to be a problem plaguing the buildings of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Why? We have global warming. So between the global warming, hotter on the outside, and now air conditioning on the inside, it's creating that differential in temperature, which is what's creating the humidity and the moisture. And that's why there is 1.5 feet space between the panels, Mr. Speaker, insulated, in order to reduce the heat from the outside, reduce the cold from the inside, so when they meet in the middle, it's a much more compatible temperature. And then there's a pan at the bottom so that if there is any moisture, it is taken outside of the building. So what does it do, Mr. Speaker? It reduces and eliminates mold. It improves the efficiency of the air conditioning on the inside. The other model that was used, Mr. Speaker, when you go into the building, the ceilings are this height for a reason. Because instead of putting all of the electrical and the plumbing in the walls, in the concrete walls, they're put in trays in the roof and they're then conducted down into the drywalls. So anytime that you want to move the drywall, it's a very simple move, Mr. Speaker. These are the great efficiencies that have been created in this building. And if in fact, and I want to say that what the member from Viewfort South said, and I want to echo his sentiments. We need to wake up in this country, Mr. Speaker, that we are in this fight by ourselves. This brotherhood that we talk about in the Caribbean of people caring for us, they don't. Anytime anybody can eat your lunch, they will. And we're falling behind, Mr. Speaker. And it's no point in me or anybody else gloating about us falling backwards, because it affects all of us. All of us in the same way. And until we can get over that same attitude, Mr. Speaker, of wanting to blame everybody from, you are in charge. This idea that somehow I resent, I don't. I agree in the democratic process. I'm happy to sit over here. That's what the people wanted. I'm happy to do it. And I am going to participate actively as the role of the leader of the opposition. But at the same time, we expect you to participate as the government and take the lead and get things done. Yes, there are challenging times in our country, Mr. Speaker. Some of them that the Prime Minister doesn't want to speak of. We have a major recession looming. Nobody knows how deep the recession is going to be. Nobody knows how long the recession is going to be. We have major difficulties in our own economy. The Minister of Tourism may believe that he has all the answers, but sadly, we're in trouble. We're in serious trouble. The second American Airlines flight has been cut. The flight to Chicago has been cut. The flight to Dallas has been cut. The flights to Newark have been cut. The British Airways flights are now all being shared. And we're so desperate that I waited for the member from Cass 3 South, who is the Minister of CIP. I was hoping today that he would have given us some report, Mr. Speaker, that they've lowered the prices of CIP. Best kept secret in St. Lucia. We're now selling passports in Iran. We're the leader in the Caribbean. Where's the information? You keep coming here and you're saying that you want to be transparent. But it's only transparent on things that you think they're going to make you look good. But you need to be transparent about some of the things that are not so easy and some of the difficult decisions. But Mr. Speaker, this St. Jude's hospital, do not let it suffer from a lack of ambition. It's not about just building a hospital. And I listened to the member from Castries North. There's some efficiencies that we were already working on. The Millennium Heights board, in our opinion when we were in government, needed to be the singular board. And the St. Jude report needed to report to it. Why? Let's make sure that there's synergies. We're talking about having to build a laundry room, and maybe we shouldn't build it because we have a large laundry room that's underutilized at the Millennium Heights. In the training of the technical staffs, I applaud you, sir, in the new department you've created. But we need to now create synergies for both hospitals. That we have accounting, we have IT, we have many of our technical staff that can be shared. And the reality is that when we're talking about universal health care, I still don't know what you're saying. Is universal health care universal insurance? Or is universal health care that the government is going to fund it? Because if it's going to fund it, where is the money going to come from? You know, Mr. Speaker, they have some people you just have to choose just to, you know, they don't know, to forgive them for they do not know better, Lord. That's all I can say. So, Mr. Speaker, the member, my colleague, had made reference to a particular engineer. And I want to repeat what that engineer said. His name is John Peters. I have no query in saying it. And John Peters said, when he read the FDL report, he said, what has happened in St. Jude is a disgrace. It's the worst I've ever seen in my 34 years of engineering. In terms of contract administration, it is a mess of Herculean, as it says, proportions. It is sad, as a professional engineer, reading such a document and to see how state funds have been so wasted. It was really difficult to read the document and to see the level of maladministration. You know, we use that word maladministration. The first time maladministration was used was not in social media. It was not a press review. The word maladministration was used in an inquiry, the Rumshelhoyd report. A third party that spoke about maladministration, that has now become a household name in this country, as it were, in terms of how you should run a project and run a contract. So that was a bit sad, one must say, and it really goes to the issue of accountability. I would want to say, too, that we have to hold public servants, exactly what the member from Castries from Vieux-Fort South said, accountable. We have to hold ministers of government responsible. The Constitution is clear in terms of...
you have 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Responsibility of a minister of directing and controlling his ministry or her ministry. The role of a permanent secretary in terms of her responsibility, or his or her responsibility to supervise. Their consultancy says that they were supposed to ensure that the designs were compliant with Accreditation Canada. It's an international body based in Canada. However, what the audit did was that the audit has not mentioned any issues relating to Accreditation Canada, because Accreditation Canada never made it in. We've not opened the hospital. Accreditation Canada is only going to come to view the operations, not the design of the building, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if my 2 cents is worth anything, and in fact, if in fact this government has any ambitions for the South, that they would abandon the idea of moving into phase 1 and continue moving into phase 2. And that the government ought to start looking at using phase 1 building as a university or some kind of training institution. Nursing. The more nurses we can train in this country, Mr. Speaker, the more that we can export and use for our own services. It's the hottest attempt. Many. Okay, Mr. Speaker? So the idea, Mr. Speaker, is that even if my government didn't do something, doesn't make it wrong. The reality is what we should be doing things is to progress this country, to move this country forward, and to answer to the needs of people who don't have time, Mr. Speaker, to go through these things in detail. So, Mr. Speaker, for my 2 cents, 1, we move into phase 2. We look at using phase 1 as a university area, and I'm certainly going to try to encourage this government to reignite what we were doing in the South. Reconsider. Don't build Oasis-class ships in Castries. Do not overload Castries, Mr. Speaker. Use the Oasis classes to move into
Member, your time is up. Please wrap up. Member Microsoft, please wrap up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Castries Central.
Those whom the gods seek to destroy, he first make mad. Mr. Speaker, take your ball and run. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not rise to make a contribution to this debate on a motion which I support. And it surprises me that today the leader of the opposition can find and read through the exit report, but he couldn't find it since 2016. Because had he found it, he would not have had reason to harass so many business people with police bearing arms. Mr. Speaker, an issue which has been muddied by the opposition, the issue of Saint Jude. They issued all sorts of renderings in the minds of the gullible people, gullible supporters, to make them believe that something that never existed was in fact in existence. Mr. Speaker, before putting St. Jude into a historical perspective, I remember one time listening to a radio station located somewhere in the sky. And a renowned voice called from Bermuda, or is it Mr. Bermuda? A blind follower of the leader of the opposition, who was praising the leader of the opposition for being so visionary by putting up a state-of-the-art hospital. Guess his justification, Mr. Speaker. the renderings that the leader of the opposition had placed on his Facebook page. Because he saw the pictures and the facade that the member for Mico South placed on social media, he called him a visionary leader. That is how gullible our people are. Mr. Speaker, all the brouhaha that was made for what I call a glorified cap-up, I can tell you support for it is quickly subsiding because persons have actually witnessed the emptiness of such glorified cap-up. I sometimes want to believe, Mr. Speaker, that somebody took the plans of Daddy's Kapak in Conway, except the exterior walls, replicated it and covered it with cladding, nothing more. And with hindsight at my disposal, Mr. Speaker, the emptiness of both of those structures strengthened my belief. Mr. Speaker, when I visited this monstrosity, I could not believe it. The structure was as empty as a desert. Nothing in there, absolutely nothing. After over 5 years, all we got as a people of this country was a huge concrete structure with cladding. Well, this is one time, Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Lucia listened to Guy Joseph, who was honorable at the time, because he asked them, and they listened, if the government of the day did not complete Saint Jude, do not vote for them. They listened and they complied on July 26, 2021. Mr. Speaker, there was not one wire in that building for electrical purposes. If we needed an inch of wire to save a life, it was not available in the vacant concrete structure. You could not find one conduit, either for electricals or plumbing. Not 1 inch of conduit, Mr. Speaker. No duct for air conditioning, none whatsoever. Yet, the leader of the opposition convinced some of his gullible followers to believe that this was a state-of-the-art hospital. Mr. Speaker, I am saying I speak to his emptiness to impress upon the minds of those who are yet to witness the emptiness of the structure that stands in view forth as a huge waste of taxpayers' money. Huge waste, Mr. Speaker. And how after 5 years of wastage of the finances of this country and poor governance, we are none the better in terms of health care. And you know what really hurts, Mr. Speaker? It hurts. It hurts to see and hear that there are still some persons whom on the altar of party loyalty support and continue to support that kind of poor governance and absolute wastage. C'est un kwevche, Mr. Speaker, pour a cholma, nous tout ça à l'égard de Saint Jude pour y vide qu'on faut qu'on prabouille. Yet l'animoun qui still ka sipote, kal te la jasa la ki gaspille ek nou pa ni pièce pareil pour moutoué pour lui. Mr. Speaker, by way of background, St. Jude was unfortunately consumed in a gulf of fire sometime around September 2009. At the time, I was then a minister of government. And that government, Mr. Speaker, led by the honorable member for Castries North at the time, made an assiduous effort and embarked upon quick restoration of the original Saint Jude. We literally begged, Mr. Speaker, as I am personally accustomed of begging for the people whom I represent. Our begging had no territorial boundaries. Across the global village, Mr. Speaker, persons from various diaspora, friendly governments, friendly organizations, businesses, agencies, citizens, even school children of this country, took their lunch monies and in an effort to show patriotism, contributed their lunch monies towards the restoration of Saint Jude. So, Mr. Speaker, the national outcry for restoration of Saint Jude was huge. Everyone wanted to contribute. The cry was heard in every corridor and every societal crevice, because the destruction of St. Jude, Mr. Speaker, saw and assisted in fostering the unification of our people for the greater good of this country. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Each and every St. Lucian, each and every organization, each and every entity, person, agency, or however you want to call them, Mr. Speaker, each and every donor understood that we were rebuilding the original St. Jude. That was the basic thought of everyone who made a contribution.
That's right.
It was never, Mr. Speaker, any thought. There was never any thought. It never crossed anyone's mind that at some point we in this country would have had a prime minister or a government that would have abandoned the original St. Jude and opt for the construction of a completely different facility. That was on nobody's mind at the time. So, Mr. Speaker, efforts in that regard to restore to our original St. Jude began. As I said, I was then in government, and so was Guy Joseph, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Miku South, who was then Minister of Tourism. At the time, Mr. Speaker, Keith Mondesi, who was then Minister of Health, worked extremely hard. He worked in collaboration with the Taiwanese government, who assisted us, Mr. Speaker, in designing the structure for restoration. Mr. Speaker, I will not even speak on the excuse of non-approval, as I believe the Prime Minister has dealt adequately with this. But this was simply not so. Why would the Taiwanese government partner with us, lend us money for a project that does not have approval? Why would they? Why would they? I am sure the member for Swazel Saltibus knows, as a banker who was probably involved in the granting of loans, one of the first things you examine before you approve a loan is the lender's ability to repay. So why would the Taiwanese partner with us? They gave us drawings, they assisted us, they lent us money, and today we want persons to believe there was no approval. Mr. Speaker, the St. Jude Hospital started under the stewardship of Stephenson King, member for Castries North, who was then Prime Minister. We started St. Jude, Mr. Speaker, and I dare say, Mr. Speaker, at the time, Guy Joseph, who was then Minister of what it was again, I can't even remember. The member for Miku South, who was Minister of Tourism, we all agreed, all of us agreed on the design, the concept, and the financing arrangement. We all agreed. And the hospital started in 2010. The hospital started with consensus from every member of government at the time. All of us agreed. So, in 2011, the United Workers' Party lost the elections, Mr. Speaker. What did Kenny Anthony do? He realized, Mr. Speaker, that there are certain projects that transcend the political divide. There are projects which, once executed, redound to the benefit of the people of this country. And Saint Jude certainly fell within that category. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Kenny Anthony administration, after they won the elections in 2011, continued with Saint Jude as they found it, as with the contractor and all technical personnel that were assigned to Saint Jude before they won the election. And I want to compliment Kenny Anthony for that. Mr. Speaker, they continued, and fast forward to this unfortunate day in 2026. On that day, Mr. Speaker, 2016, sorry. On that unfortunate, unfaithful, unkind day to our history, when the member for Mico South became the Prime Minister of this great country of ours. And sometimes I reminisce and I ask myself, how come a country like ours, with the most Nobel laureates in the world per capita, would equip ourselves with a person that is visionless to be our Prime Minister? But as one who subscribed to the democratic process, we had to accept it, but it was unfortunate. It was an extremely sad day, Mr. Speaker. Not only was St. Jude stopped, so was the airport, so was the administrative building in Vieux-Fort, so was the Suffrage Square, among others. What they did not stop, they demolished. From the old police station on Jeremy Street to the police band unit at police headquarters today, the police officers who were assigned to the band are parading the streets, walking all over, looking for a home. I think they finally found one. Guess where? In the mall. What they did not stop, they demolished, Mr. Speaker. Even our custody suites. Even custody suites. And you know, Mr. Speaker, mind you, the stoppage and demolition did not stop here. Because after they stopped St. Jude, Mr. Speaker, they demolished 2 buildings that form part of St. Jude that came with a price tag of $7 million. That is what they did, you know. And I don't know what their intention was, but the stop or demolish phenomenon was prevalent in the governance manifested by the former government, Mr. Speaker. You all remember they manifested an intention to demolish this building where we are. They said they would have demolished Parliament. They said they would have demolished the print tree. They said they would have demolished 2 custom buildings, among others, Mr. Speaker. So that stoppage and demolition thing seemed to be deeply ingrained in the leadership of the United Workers' Party, I dare say in the current leadership, Mr. Speaker. And so, in relation to the original St. Jude, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding some $98 million had already been spent thereon, that phenomenon took root. They stopped, demolished 2 buildings. But the question is, Mr. Speaker, why did the very people who had sanctioned the commencement of St. Jude, who had been in cabinet when the decision was made, who were instrumental in ensuring that we proceed with due dispatch the restoration efforts, why all of a sudden The two of them were leading the charge to stop Saint Jude. Moi vle mande ça bay moun pou kompran. Même des noms là qui étaient au cabinet là les flambeaux commencé Saint Jude, Guy Joseph et mam là pour Mikosao. Yo te là les nous commencé. Yo te là les tout bagay te ka fait, tout bagay fait un bas agrément. C'est yo même après yo vie office qu'a essayé pour do bout Saint Jude. The question is why? Why? You all were in cabinet. There was consensus to start Saint Jude. We all saw the plans. We all agreed. We all began the begging effort to restore Saint Jude. And all of a sudden, the two of you are back in government and want to stop what you all started. The question is why? Why, Mr. Speaker? Why such a change of heart for a totally new facility? Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. You start a project, your political opponents decided no, in the interests of the phenomenon of continuity in government, in the interest of the people, your opponents as politicians decided to continue it. Not only did they continue, they kept your contractor and kept all technical staff. And then when you get back, you are now undoing what you started. Mr. Speaker, I think I know why. They needed a cash cow. Yo te brise o bef ki ka laje la han. They needed yo te brise o moun ki ka yo te vle o kote. Depuis yo ayele pe a se chui la han. Ek yo de la ko ala do yon ki kout. Yon ki kout ino ka te chive duet. The money. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, they decided to move away from what they started. That's all it was. Because the last government had left money to complete the hospital, Mr. Speaker. A loan was taken by the former government in the name of completion of Saint Jude. We had spent $98 million there. You don't continue it, and you demolish two of those buildings. Somebody needed to make some money. And so, you know how they started making the money? 1 million. Let us do an audit report. 1 million. The first million. Look at the difference. This government set up a committee. Everybody working gratuitously. Everybody came in with recommendations. But the guys, 1 million. As soon as you step into office, that's how we can make it. To do what? To do an audit report, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, the onslaught on the public purse began. It began from the foundation that was estimated by civil servants to run in the region of $3 million, landed in the lap of Fresh Start, and they say when you speak facts, be not afraid. Landed in the lap of Fresh Start and ended up in the region of $9 million, Mr. Speaker. Fast forward, Mr. Speaker, having abandoned or disregarded the original Saint Jude, having demolished 2 buildings in favor of what is commonly called a box, but I call it a glorified car park, Mr. Speaker. A total, as we heard, of $170 million was spent on this glorified car park. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, that entire 170 million of expenditure, all of it, and I want St. Lucians to hear this, you as well, all of it was awarded by way of direct contract. Moi vle di sa créole encore. Ale poumier, ale boîte la yo ka faire, qui ka sam ka pak papa là. Yo dépensé $170 millions. Et pièce ce travail là pas aller pour tendre. None of it, not 1 cent was awarded through a competitive process, which means, Mr. Speaker, that the St. Lucians never got full value for money. You know, we can't. How can you get full value for money when you are approving direct awards left, right, and center? Mr. Speaker, of that $170 million, $26 million was paid to Fresh Start for architectural services on the box. Head is well, you know. That's the first 26 for architectural services. A box with 3 slabs and columns holding them up. $26 million for architectural services by way of direct award. Les 7 lycéens, yo payé Fresh Start $26 millions pour ça yo ka kouye draw bagay la. $26 millions pour draw bagay la. Column slab, c'est ça. Même ça fait ça dans journée. $26 million. Unbelievable. You know, unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. Let us go to July 2021. But I want to pause here to ask. I want St. Lucians to do the maths. We spent $98 million as per the exit report on the original Saint Jude. The guys spent another $170 million on the box of glorified Kappa. So we have here a total of $268 million spent on structures, but today we have no hospital. Les 7 lycéens, c'est un crève cher that nous dépassé presque $100 millions. 18 millions à la première, 170 à la deuxième là. Ça c'est $268 millions. Nous dépensons ça comme taxpayers et nous pas ni rien en cette lycée en vieux fort qui casse à l'hôpital. You know, Mr. Speaker, and guess what? They asked for another 40 or so million to complete one floor of the monstrosity, Mr. Speaker. So we are saying that in a poor country like ours, with no natural resources, our only source of revenue is taxation. You have a government that is so unconscionable, spending almost $300 million on structures, and up to today, its citizens do not have a hospital, Mr. Speaker. We have no resources. Resources are scarce. Nous pas ni l'huile, nous pas ni diamant, nous pas ni l'or. And we are spending that kind of money like a child or children who have never seen toys, Mr. Speaker. Is that a government that had a conscience, Mr. Speaker? But God intervened. The Almighty God intervened on July 26, 2021. You know, I look at the leader of the opposition here. All of a sudden, he has all the answers, Mr. Speaker. But having spent almost $300 million on buildings, he had the audacity, the gall, the lack of conscience, 11 days before the elections, to attempt to spend another $70 million by way of direct award to Fresh Start. You know, 300 million gone. And 11 days before the elections, Mr. Speaker, he exacerbates.
Member for Chouzelle.
Speaker, you know, I let the first, and
what are you saying?
the member is misleading now. So I let the first one slide, Mr. Speaker. But the member in his profession is very good in the way he says things. And he's pointing to $300 million, giving the impression that it was the former Prime Minister who spent $300 million.
I never said that.
You said it. You said, having spent $300 million, the member, but, you know, and you're clear on words.
What's your point of order?
You misleading.
I'm not Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castro Central.
Mr. Speaker, the member, can I say was a banker. And I know a mind
Member for Castro Central, hold on. Mr. Member for Chouzelle, if my memory serves me well, I think a member for Castro Central said that $300 million was spent, but he did not say directly that it was spent by
But I never said that.
Miku South.
I never said that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I said, let me repeat what I said. $98 million was spent on the first structure. $170 million was spent on the monstrosity. Another 46-something million was requested or asked to finish the first floor. That's what I said. I never said he probably spent more than 300 million. I don't know. And I repeat, Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding that taxpayers spent almost $300 million for structures in the South, up to this day as we speak, we do not have a proper hospital in the South. Exase or Krevche. It is, Mr. Speaker. It is. And a mere 11 days before elections, after spending so much, a mere 11 days before elections, Mr. Speaker, he attempted to spend another $70 million on the same Saint Jude. That's why I told you they were in search of a cash cow. They were in search of a cash cow, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in Creole. Bonjour, avant dernière élection, après nous déjà dépensé presque $300 millions à l'hôpital. Bonjour avant élection, dernier premier ministre là, même pour Miku South, il essayait pour faire un lot contract by Fresh Start pour un lot $70 millions. So, Mr. Speaker, I can make the contract a document of the House if necessary. But you know, excuse me, you will get it. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, so that at least you can be. Yes, Mr. Speaker. But guess what? When the contract was sent to the permanent secretary, he felt it was hot. And there is a song, drop it like it hot, and he dropped it. He felt it hot, Mr. Speaker, and he said, women. He dropped it. Manaye Pufeksa. And guess what he did? He referred the contract to the Attorney General. July 15th, 2021. Subject, revised draft finance for Saint Jude Hospital. The Department of Economic Development is in receipt of a draft finance agreement for the Saint Jude Hospital from Fresh Start. We would be grateful if you would review and provide feedback 11 days before elections, because you know the feedback will be back after elections, if any. So what the Attorney General did, when he got it, he take leave. Mr. Speaker, PS sent it to Attorney General. When PS got it from Prime Minister, he said hot, let me send it to Attorney General. Attorney General said, you see that? I need vacation. It was show. And so, Mr. Speaker, God intervened and it remained right there, Mr. Speaker. But you know what is more disheartening? What is more disheartening is the contents of the agreement. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that no Minister of Finance with the slightest degree of common sense, with any interest in its people, any Minister of Finance who's concerned about the finances of his country would never ever even look at this. Would never ever look at this, Mr. Speaker. And I want to look at briefly pages 25 to 27, Mr. Speaker, of a 28-page agreement. Under the fourth, and I'm reading from Bill Finance Agreement between government and Fresh Start for the construction and finance of Saint Jude. Mr. Speaker, on page 25, financing and repayment. Have this well, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister alluded to it, but he did not expound. I will do so, Mr. Speaker. The client agreed to enter into this agreement to be paid over 1 year. We don't even know if the works will be completed in 1 year, but we have to pay. Lord, we have to pay over 1 year, and guess what? Pay finance cost. Finance cost is interest. Interest is accrued upon expended amounts to which you are entitled. You are yet entitled to 1 penny, but finance costs are incorporated into the agreement. Finance costs for 1 year, Mr. Speaker, is a $6.6 million price tag. You know, now get this, Mr. Speaker. Earlier on, I said of the 170 million that they had already spent, 26 million was architectural works. Here is 70 million. 22 million architectural works. Again. Bradley, where were you?
Member, please do not refer to the member by name.
No, I understand that. I'm just being a bit, it's friendly banter, Mr. Speaker. It's that time of night when we can engage in such.
But you can still refer to him as a member of Suzel.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier on, I alluded to a bill of 170 million. Out of that 170 million, Mr. Speaker, 26 million was for architectural works. Hear this well, you know. 26 million was for architectural works, a direct award to Fresh Start. Now we have another one to be paid in 1 year. 1 year. The work might take more than 1 year, but 1 year, which means that they're not even entitled to the principal yet, but they're already entitled to principal and interest. And out of that 70 million, another 22 million in architectural works. My God. So, Mr. Speaker, the people of this country are footing a bill, or were supposed to have footed a bill, of $48 million for architectural works. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Laissez-les I'll say it in Creole and then English. C'est l'argent ça là nous dépenser les Saint Jude. 48 millions de dollars. C'était pour draw bagay là. Pour draw boîte là. Pour draw garage là. And you know, they make themselves so culpable, Mr. Speaker. Here they are saying that it is a direct replica of something that exists elsewhere. They said it. If it is a replica of something that existed elsewhere, why are we paying $48 million and for what? Les Saint-Lucien, pas moi qui dit, yo qui dit, that boîte là yo fait, c'est même qu'on boîte qui a dans l'autre pays. C'est ça yo dit, pas moi qui dit. Mais yo mettez un price tag pour draw bagay là pour 48 millions de dollars. You know my prime minister, I don't know how long it's taking her, but that special prosecutor, he has to come. He has to come. I mean, member for Swazel, come on, man. Come on. And I didn't say it. It's in black and white. One direct award for $26 million, slab column. Another $22 million for one floor, column slab. You know, can you believe this, man? And today Alan Shast, member of Miku South, want to pretend he has all the answers and tell us we're not fixing roads. You know how many roads $48 million could build? You know how many roads? Jesus, man. Today, he has the audacity to complain. $48 million for architectural works alone. So you understand, Mr. Speaker, why there was every desire, every need to run away from the original Saint Jude that they started, because they wanted the cash cow in place. I got a call this morning from a very good friend of mine who took that cow bigger. Let me tell you, that cow was saying, you see cows like that, they don't say more, it's more. More. You know, it's unbelievable. And for some persons in this country to support that kind of thing is even worse. It's even worse. Bradley, within your conscience, within the crevices of your conscience, you know that tremendous financial injustices were done to the taxpayers of this country, man. You know that, member for Suzel. You know that. $48 million pour drop bagay la, pour drop boîte la. Egg yo floor. Moi ça drop boîte ni si explique ay pa pour mon journée. 48 million. Now have this, Mr. Speaker. So 22 million for architectural works, 34 million for ground floor works, and financing VAT and financing cost 6 million. They have not expended the money. They've incurred no interest payments, but they're already claiming it up front. Now, hear this, Mr. Speaker. Hear this interesting part. The payment will be carried out over a period of 1 year in the following manner. Within 3 months, within 3 months, $26,882,000 become payable. Once they sign the contract, they have not tied in performance with payment, but they are saying on its own, As long as they sign the agreement, after 3 months, government has to pay $26,882,000. The second quarter payment will be carried out paying $10,752,800. The third quarter payment, $18,710,000, and the fourth quarter, $14,470,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, tell me which Prime Minister, which Minister of Finance can ever agree to what I will just read to you and the public at large. Hear this well. In case of payment of any invoice submitted by the company, the client shall pay 1% interest per day on that amount. I want to say that in patois and put it in perspective. Un jour avant l'élection, Premier ministre là qui était là avant, te voulait signer un agreement pour y payer $70 millions pour Fresh Start et qui a payé à 4 coups. Là, il paye à 4 coups, si là non il pas payé, il a payé 1% tous les jours. Bon, the first payment of 26 million. Bradley, how much is, sorry, member for Miku for Swazel, what is 1% of 26,882,000, please? My math is bad. 1% of 26, please assist me. You are a banker. I have a phone. You are a banker. Mr. Speaker, 1% of 26,882,000 is $268,820. Let me repeat that. A day. If Fresh Start submits the first quarter bill and the government is late, every day the government is late, they have to pay Fresh Start $268,820 per day. If the government is late for 10 days, 10 days, which is reasonable in governance, which is reasonable, a 10-day payment, 10 days, it would be an additional $2.68 million for the 10 days. And you tell me it is not because they wanted a cash cow? That's the only cow that doesn't say moo, it says moo. I mean, that is an atrocity beyond any financial magnitude that anybody can reasonably perceive. You know, signing, the Minister of Finance can say, let's delay that for 10 days. And what they're doing, they're splitting, I don't know. $268,000 a day for non-payment. And you're telling me you care about the people of this country? You're telling me you have a conscience? You're telling me that you care about the finances of this country? Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes we pray and we don't even understand why we pray. But thank the Almighty God that He intervened on July 26, 2021. Thank the Almighty God for that. Thank God. Because Philip J. Pierre, the man I've gotten to know, the astute economist, if you put that by him, he'll fly it in your face. He'll fly it in your face. You can't even reach close to him with that. But Shasne sends that to his peers of economic development to get it signed. 1% interest per day. But you know, Mr. Speaker, this last Prime Minister did anything he wanted to. Anything he wants to do, he does. Law unto himself. He is, Mr. Speaker, on record as saying, let the jackasses bray. He is on record as saying, I don't listen. And you know what? Apart from calling them mendicants, not even his own supporters he listens to. Because one would believe, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition talks and you say, I don't listen to you, I don't have to listen to you. But when you tell me that your own supporters are pleading to you, are crying to you, and you don't listen to them, Mr. Speaker, you understand, or one begins to understand how much of a dictator that you are. Mr. Speaker, I have with me a letter written to the cabinet of ministers that was headed by the member for Miku South at the time. Signed by 23 or 24 persons, and I can make it a document of the House. I can. Where supporters, long-standing supporters of the United Workers' Party were literally begging them not to embark upon the construction of any new building to call it Saint Jude. I have it here. His own supporters begged him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll read excerpts of the letter quickly. It says to the cabinet of ministers, dear honorable members, dear honorable ministers, we the undersigned are a small number of your core UWP supporters from the Soufre Fosesha constituency it is dated September 2018, I said that, who want to ensure that the UWP is victorious at the next election. The victory will give our government a further 5 terms to fully implement its development plans and policies. It goes on. It is evident that 2 issues have been exploited vigorously by Labour Party. They are the Saint Jude Hospital and the Town Square, with Saint Jude being an issue of national importance. Not me saying that. That is supporters of the United Workers' Party pleading with the cabinet of ministers of the United Workers' Party. The rallying cry, the SLP rallying cry, is that the UWP government does not want to complete anything Labour government started. Hear this? It's a government that does not care about the needs and welfare of the people. It has been said that the square has been turned into a barricaded eyesore in the middle of the town.
Remember, you have 9 minutes left.
9 minutes. Can I get another 20 minutes or so? 20. Or 15 minutes. I need 15. I'll wrap up.
Prime Minister.
I rise to, I beg your indulgence to give the Minister of Housing another 15 minutes to complete this.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 32.8 be suspended to allow the member for Castries Central an additional 10 minutes, 15 minutes to complete his presentation. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I promise I will finish within 10 minutes from now, Mr. Speaker. I want to slip myself. So, Mr. Speaker, the letter goes on. It goes on. Honorable ministers, we cannot go into next year with these lingering issues. We cannot afford any missteps, and we must not allow these ills to deteriorate any further. There are storm clouds gathering over the distant political horizon, and we must avoid complacency. As such, and don't forget, Those are stalwarts of the United Workers' Party speaking to the cabinet ministers of the United Workers' Party. And they are saying, as such, we wish to recommend the following to you. 1, expedite Soufrière Square. But more importantly, Saint Jude Hospital. And I'm quoting from the letter. We implore you not to even consider building a brand new hospital as has been discussed. Let me read that again. Stalwarts of the United Workers' Party are saying, have written to the cabinet of ministers of the United Workers' Party headed by the member from Miku South at the time. They are saying, do not even consider building a brand new hospital as has been discussed. This would be, by any flip of the coin, political suicide. Are you hearing, Mr. Speaker? Yes. Stalwarts of the United Workers' Party from 2018 wrote to the cabinet of ministers headed by a man who say he doesn't listen, headed by a man who say let the jackasses break. And they told him and the cabinet, we implore you not to even consider the building of a brand new hospital, because by any flip of the coin, this would be political suicide. They went on, Mr. Speaker, we are confident, honorable ministers, listen to our plea and heed our advice and implement the aforementioned measures promptly. Residents and voters and in other constituencies and Soufrière who probably share our sentiments would pay less attention to the opposition. You know, they said that, Mr. Speaker. Here are the reasons. Construction of a new structure would take you almost into the election year. I didn't write that. They told them construction of a new structure would take you almost into the election year before completion. This is the time when the party should be throwing a great deal of effort and resources into campaign preparations. And the other reason they gave, there will be a lot of dissent and anger from the electorate owing to the fact that so much donated and borrowed money was spent on the existing structure, only to see the present administration, which is Flabo, choosing to abandon it rather than exploring more cost-effective ways of remedying the construction which currently exists in order to have a quicker transition to a fully functioning Saint Jude. You all are hearing this? You all are hearing this? Flabos saying to the Flabo government, do not consider a new building. That would be political suicide. Do not touch that. Too many people made donations. You borrowed too much money. And we need to expedite persons being transferred from the stadium into the hospital. But guess what? I don't listen. I let the jackasses breathe. But the stalwarts had warned them, Mr. Speaker. The stalwarts had warned them that had they not, I will say who else, so because I have the signatures. It was signed by 23 people, including the father of Herod Stanislas, who went up for Soufrière. His father. It was signed, among other persons, Herod Stanislas, Nigel George, Little Lamontine, Caroline Lamontine, Franklin Solomon, Mary Auguste, Cornell Jones, Pius Gangarin, Jimmy Haynes, Curtis Didier, Monica Felix, Maurice Felix, Grandalin Stanislas, Fabrice Augustine, Rufus Mitchell, Columbus Rene, Joseph Augustine, John Volney, Daniel Joseph, June Sembrise, and Golbert Mitchell. All of them top brass UWPs, and I can make it a document of the House. Warn your leader, warn him, and say, look, do not even consider building a new building, because it will be political suicide. They were sensitive. Yeah, they must injunct him. They had to injunct him. They were, because if those people could have filed an injunction, they would have filed an injunction to stop Chafte from building a new house. Sorry. They would have filed an injunction. You never saw that? I'll make it a document of the House. You are not a member of cabinet. You know. No, that second reason is really, really touching, Mr. Speaker. I mean, construction would take you into a new election, we know that. But hear this, there will be a lot of dissent and anger from the electorate owing to the fact that so much donated and borrowed money was spent on the hospital to build the existing structure, only to see that your UWP abandon it, rather than choosing to explore a more cost-effective way of remedying the construction.
That's protecting.
You know, that would have been protecting their victory. You know, but no. Yeah, I let you see it. I shouldn't give you that, you know. You know, but Mr. Speaker, you see, when they won the elections in 2016, they adopted a posture, a grandiose posture of dictatorship. You know, you have a project that impacts on our debt to GDP. Obviously, there must be an exit report. Today, the leader of the opposition is quoting from it. But where was he when Guy Joseph and others went with police officers armed with guns at the homes of decent citizens of this country to recover material that they were contractually obligated to keep? There was a contract to keep custody of the material, Mr. Speaker, but no. But I want to call on the Commissioner, Madam Commissioner, I know you are efficient. I need you in your diligence to find those same officers who seize the equipment and to cause them to go to the very premises that they brought it and recover it for us, please. I want to say this, Guy Joseph, we need the people, need their material. We want it back. You know, Mr. Speaker, you had a situation where Thomas Eugene was storing a certain kind of tiles. Had to be stored under certain conditions, climatic conditions, AC at a given temperature, etc., etc. They went to Thomas Eugene business place, intimidating patrons. People are scattering. Why police with guns? Thomas Eugene did not even know what he did. They came for materials that Thomas Eugene had a contract to store for the government. And the Prime Minister can tell you today, we are slapped with a bill of over $400,000 for storage of those materials. I mean, is that fair? Is that right? You know, is that right? We want our material, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to end here, but I want to end on a note to have people to examine their own consciences and support for the member from Migo South. Look at this, Mr. Speaker. Today in this parliament, we have 4 persons here who have sat in the prime ministerial chair, who have sat and is sitting in the prime ministerial chair. 3 of them, and I repeat, 3 of them agreed, despite being on different sides of the political divide at one time or the other. 3 of them agree to continue the original Saint Jude. Look at this, Mr. Speaker. And there is one, only one, guess who it is? I don't know. I'm not telling you, Mr. Speaker. 3 of the 4 prime ministers agreed to continue the original Saint Jude. 3 out of the 4, 3/4. Only one decided. You know which one? You? The vision. Mr. Speaker, only one decided no. I am not going with what the other prime ministers are doing. I am not going with what my stalwarts are advising me to do. I'm going with what I want. A cash cow. I'm going with my cash cow. More. You know, and I just wish, Mr. Speaker, I just wish there was an injunction to have stopped him from engaging in the construction of the new box or the glorified car park, because our finances would have been better off, Mr. Speaker. You know? So the member for Migu South, Mr. Speaker, still wants us to believe. He wants the people of this country to believe. He wants the international community to believe that the member for Castries North was wrong. That the administration led by the then member for Beaufort South was wrong. The current prime minister was wrong in wanting to continue the original St. Jude. But he alone is right. He alone is right. And the 23 stalwarts are also wrong. He alone is right. Can you believe this, Mr. Speaker? Can you believe this? And today he'll talk about our roads are bad. They have to be bad, eh? When you spend $7.3 million on vaccine and tell us you're lucky to get some money back. You know, the audacity. When you give Sandals our 24 million, you give Lockerbie 32 million, you give Range 32, you give the road for Teoaking 15, then Landy had to buy 11, Pomandu 13, and I could go on and on. He left the coffers empty. And today, he wants to give us pressure for fixing the roads. He must know he took our economy at the best in the OECS. He left it at the worst. And we are the trajectory on which we are now, Mr. Speaker. We are slated to have the 3rd highest growth, not in the OECS, in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are behind the Bahamas, which is in close proximity to the US, and Guyana with the discovery of its oil. It means that this government, led by Philip J. Pierre, is doing something right. We are doing something right, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, having committed all the atrocities, financial atrocities, against the state and against its people, tell him to remain mute when it comes to any project he sees worthy of implementation. The roads will be fixed, I am confident, but let him put no pressure on us because he left us without the availability of resources. So, Mr. Speaker, with that said, I support wholeheartedly the motion before us. I thank you.
Member for Castries South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is rather late, and I'm sure we did not plan to, well, very soon it will be early. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important because of the historic nature of this debate that I stand and lend my support for the resolution which is before us. Of course, Mr. Speaker, it's my first time speaking in a new year, and I want to, like my other colleagues, to wish my constituents and my colleagues and everyone the best wishes for 2023. And I know, Mr. Speaker, God willing, it will be a much better year than 2022 was. Mr. Speaker, I won't have time to reflect on the various aspects of this resolution and to specifically, Mr. Speaker, respond to some comments which have been made during the debate, Mr. Speaker. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, the ending of the member from Mico South surely requires from us a serious response. He pleaded to us and asked us, do not let our lack of ambition hold us back on what can be done with Saint Jude, Mr. Speaker. And he spoke about having a plan for Vieux-Fort South, Mr. Speaker. But if there is a man whose ambition is way above his capacity and his understanding, it is a member from Mico South, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't go that far. But, Mr. Speaker, I am sure over the next 2 to 3 months, when we debate the estimates and the budget, we'll have an appropriate time to respond to some things he said today, not directly, but, Mr. Speaker, to speak to some of the matters that he raised, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really want to applaud the member from Castries East for today taking the opportunity to make a document of the House, the details on the purchase of his vehicle, Mr. Speaker. I want to applaud him. And I want to do so, Mr. Speaker, and I want to publicly say to him, he was right in doing so. And he must, whenever it's necessary, defend his integrity and his reputation. And I speak, Mr. Speaker, as someone who's been put through a lot of pain, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes I listen to advice that said, just leave that alone, don't bother with this, it will come to nothing. It probably did in the end come to nothing. But you can be severely damaged and tarnished by somebody just constructing falsehoods about you, Mr. Speaker. And a member from Castries East has had a distinguished service, Mr. Speaker, in this country. One who jealously guards his professional and political integrity. And for such a lie and falsehood to be created against him, Mr. Speaker, it was right of him to lay before this House some of the details that he did. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure he's aware that it will not end. Every success of his will be rewarded or cursed, whichever side you want to see it, with more falsehoods and more lies, Mr. Speaker. But I know he is well prepared for it, Mr. Speaker, and therefore he will be able to respond to it. But, Mr. Speaker, I am also saying this because the whole issue of Saint Jude also speaks of that kind of understanding, that kind of practice of politics, Mr. Speaker. It is no different, Mr. Speaker. There is a consistency in how the leader of the opposition and his party, because he says it's my party, and the United Workers' Party has become a nasty party, a very vindictive party. And I think any member now should be ashamed of associating with that kind of politics, Mr. Speaker. So what happened in St. Jude is no different to what was done. And I wish I had time tonight to really deconstruct that thinking and explain to you what I mean, Mr. Speaker. But I don't have the time. But let me just make 2 quick points on that, Mr. Speaker. Just think about it. The style of politics, the practice of UWP politics, the mindset, the thinking, the approach to issues is consistent, Mr. Speaker. Think about it, 2 issues. If you are told in a report that there are flaws with the St. Jude Hospital Phase 1, there are flaws, and nobody is going to deny it, that there were flaws and there were things that needed to be corrected. But you are told, and he himself admitted it, it would cost about $100 million to complete the project. You're told that. 118 may have been spent already, but 100 million to complete it. That includes correcting the flaws. You have $81 million. But why would you not just complete it? Think about it. Why would you, if you have $81 million, it will take $100 million to solve all the problems, you would not do so. Knowing the consequences of not completing the hospital on the people of the South and of Vieux-Fort. Why would you? Is there an innate callousness, disregard for people? The vanity of his ambition overrides everything else, Mr. Speaker. Why would you not do it? And then, to justify not doing it, they must construct a lie. Same way they construct a lie, Member of Castries is. And that lie starts off in its justification by having an audit. By having an audit. Because in the lie, you must have something that represents a technical assessment to justify the lie. There must be a basis for it. And you pay $1 million to come up with a validation of the lie. That's what it is about, Mr. Speaker. Now, I said I'm only going to speak for 10 minutes and I've taken 5 minutes already, Mr. Speaker. So, then you have a handover report, and the member from Castries North went through the report, and he explained to you how the report dealt with every single issue, from how much had been spent to the challenges faced, where it is going to head. The handover report was a comprehensive assessment of where the project was in August 2016. It was never released. It was never made public. That's the second stage in the validation of the lie. The member from Strozel, Saltibus, cannot boast of having received the handover report. At least I didn't hear him say so. So why, if you have such a detailed and comprehensive report, you never made it public, you never made it a document of the House, but tonight he reads 3/4 of the report? Same report that was never acknowledged.
Unless we did miss you.
Never did. You know, think about it. So then, that lie about Saint Jude had to be constructed, had to be promoted, and it had to become the narrative of the day. And again, we are not denying there may have been deficiencies with the buildings. We all accept that. The original buildings were built for World War II. And it's a question of trying to retrofit it and to make it work. But then quickly, let's go on to the second point I want you to really focus on. And the member from Strozel really pointed it out. And the member from Ancillary Canneries reinforced it in a sense. So listen to this. What they're building is not a new hospital. It was just a new surgical wing. All the monies we're talking about, $200 odd million, is not to build a new hospital. Just a wing. Just a wing. And the point was made that all the buildings of the Saint Jude Hospital Phase 1 would have been needed to make the wing functional. So think about that. The same hotel, same hospital that they were going to abandon the buildings, they need it. So it's just a wing that's been built. So all the state-of-the-art hospital that is now being built is a bluff. Because they're not building a state-of-the-art hospital. They're building a wing. Think about it. But remember, they themselves admitted from their technical report that another $100 million would have completed the original conception of the hospital. But then they would have built a wing. And they still needed those buildings. So I now ask the question, why did you abandon the buildings? Why didn't you work on those buildings since you will need it and the wing at the same time? Because if you abandon the wing, the buildings that you will need, and you focus entirely on the wing, when you are ready now to operationalize the wing, what do? Because you've abandoned those buildings. You still have to go back to the buildings. They themselves admitted that. And I can actually quote, exactly what they said at the sword tilling ceremony, but we don't have time for it. So somebody explain that to me. There must have been a more sinister motive. But that's how they think. That's how they think. That's how they practice their politics. So they could not have operationalized that wing without those buildings. But they abandoned the buildings, took no note of them. So how was it going to work? And then at the last minute, somebody realizes, shit, elections is coming. We need to do something. So let's operationalize the ground floor. The ground floor. Let's just do that. So then now everything starts to change. So they will make the ground floor a hospital in itself, of course. Because if you're moving the people and it's going to sustain them, support them, it's a hospital in itself. And it then begs the question, what will happen to the top floor? And what will happen to the rest of the buildings? I'm hearing he wants to have a medical school there. That was the plan. And so, I mean, Mr. Speaker, you can start reflecting on those things and realize there is absolutely no logic behind what is being done. They may have been an ambition, they may have had plans, but it could not have been a rational appreciation of what's required and what's the best way to achieve it. It could never be that. But quickly, Mr. Speaker, how much was that wing costing? How much? And the member from Viewfort South said anywhere between 250 to 300 million. And the member from Strozel said he favored the wing based on a cost-benefit analysis. And let me tell you, that fails me. Because that's just a wing that's going to cost over $200 million. And I can break down the figures for him. I can break it down for him. In fact, you know, let's underestimate it and say it's 240 million, whatever. So you're telling me $100 million can finish your original structure, correcting the faults in that 100 million, but you'd rather spend over 200 million on a wing. And we've not added the fact that they still have to go back to those buildings, which is another set of money, to achieve what? What's the cost-benefit analysis in that? That you'd spend over 200 million on a wing, you still have to come back and spend money on those buildings because you will need them. So that 250 to 300, a member from Viewfort South spoke about, it would be above that. To achieve what? What? So, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the time tonight to really go into greater detail. I want to say that I support the resolution wholeheartedly. I want to say that the Prime Minister, I believe, is doing the right thing. I wanted tonight to speak a bit, Mr. Speaker, about the future. Because the member from Viewfort North spoke about what they are doing in the Ministry of Health. This Labour Party government must present and deliver to the people of St. Lucia universal health care, Mr. Speaker. We have to. We owe it to the people of St. Lucia, not just St. Jude. Not just St. Jude's, we also have to deliver universal health care. And I'm sure we will have some time in the future to develop those points. So let me express my support for the resolution and the support for the leadership of the Prime Minister, the member of Castries East, along the lines that have been chosen and presented in this resolution. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not be long. First of all, I want to thank members for supporting the resolution. I also want to thank the member for Choiseul for being here at this time when he was deserted by his leader. As usual, Mr. Speaker, but you see, the member of Choiseul must have the courage to stand up for what is right. And I know the member of Choiseul knows very well that what his leader is doing is wrong. But I guess sometimes you get carried away, and we do not have the fortitude to take decisions that will benefit the people and benefit us. And we have to congratulate and hold a member from Castries North in the highest esteem for being a gentleman who alone kept the party afloat. Alone, single-handedly kept the party afloat. When all was lost, Mr. Speaker, when we came here and we had fierce battles, when the member from Mico South was nowhere wrong. I won't tell you where he was because I'm not getting involved in what happened in the past. He stood up, Mr. Speaker. He stood because he believed in the principle of his party. And when he saw that his party had lost its way, as the 23 stalwarts predicted, he had the fortitude to say, enough is enough, and he stepped out and continued to do his work for the people of St. Lucia. And he must be applauded for that, Mr. Speaker, for his courage, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, that's for another show. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll very briefly, I want to make a few observations. You know, the member from Mico South, he said, it's not about moving into Saint Jude. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the member from Mico South listens to what he says, you know. He is so arrogant and petulant that he said it is not about moving into St. Jude. So you have people suffering in a stadium. You have people who when it rains, there's a letter, Mr. Speaker, you know, it's a real pity so late. There's a letter written by some staff members in 2017 about a bus pipe into the stadium. 2017, they wrote the Prime Minister and said, what are you doing about it? But he says it is not about moving into St. Jude. It's about ambition. But Mr. Speaker, I think it was Shakespeare who said, I'm not sure, ambition is made of sterner stuff. Ambition is made of sterner stuff, Mr. Speaker. So his situation is to build an edifice in his name and not about moving into St. Jude. That's right. And that's what the member for Kashi South is saying, Mr. Speaker. That's the mindset. Next point. He says, 15 of you all in the cabinet. What are you coming here for? Yeah. We must not consult people. We mustn't talk to people. We mustn't do it ourselves. Stay in a little room, do it ourselves, and do not consult people who put us in government. We're coming back here for every issue, Mr. Speaker. And he has something coming. He has something more coming. I hear you planning a demonstration about gas prices. When the time is right, we will bring thousands of people on the streets to demonstrate against him. We are going to bring thousands. If they want to talk about demonstration, you understand? We'll talk about demonstration. You know, this country is at a delicate stage of its development. We can't allow it to go back to where it was. So when you talk about demonstration, the government will have a demonstration, Mr. Speaker. And I put him on notice for that. We'll have a demonstration. This nonsense must stop. That's right. Demonstration for gas prices. Our revenue from fuel, our fuel revenue, Mr. Speaker, is not even half of what we're supposed to collect. We've only now, because of the price of fuel, begun to collect the 450. A 450 which he put, Mr. Speaker. Yes. And now you say you want to have a demonstration for gas prices? Go demonstrate. We'll never stop you. We'll never say go and demonstrate in Marshall. But I can put you on guard. We are going to have a demonstration anytime. I wouldn't say when. To bring the people on the streets to show what the people support and what the people want for the country, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we're in Parliament. For the people to hear, we come in again. If you think, you know, if you think that one was bad, you hear about the airport. If you think that one was bad, but you know, Mr. Speaker, it's his arrogance, his behavior. He can never be wrong. Everybody, we've come here, and the member of Kashmir South said it. Of course, there were snags in the hotel, but there's a whole document on the snags, you know. He does not bring the handover report. He pretends he doesn't have it. He keeps it. He doesn't table the report on the audit. He refuses. He says he has a financial report for Pricewaterhouse. He refuses. He never shares the cabinet. And we haven't seen that copy. I want to know how much he paid it. There's no record in the Ministry of Finance that I have seen about any report from Pricewaterhouse? Huh? Not me. He said it. You're not minister, my friend, member for Choiseul. On the 13th of February, he said it today, and so we have taken the precaution. Of referring to Pricewaterhouse, Mr. Speaker. You know, he said it. You refuse to table any of these motions. We come here and we tabling the report that we have, and you're saying that we don't like St. Lucia, we have no ambition, because we're talking about a fowl coop. A chicken coop. You're talking about the People's Hospital, Saint Jude Hospital. That's tradition, where the mothers of Saint Jude, the sisters of Saint Jude, where they toiled, where people have spent millions of dollars in donations. You're talking about, you call it a chicken coop. Mr. Speaker, I have to end. It's 12:20. Mr. Speaker, the man from Microsoft himself says that when we began the construction of the hospital, there was no financing. He himself says so, you know. He gets it where we spent $89 million, and he has available $30 million, but he refuses to complete it. Huh? Plus containers of material. What kind of person is that, Mr. Speaker? You don't know any equipment. Not only that's just contempt for people. When we took it, there was no equipment, there was no money. You yourself say that there was no money. When it's handed over to you, you have $30 million US, which would be enough to complete it. You do not complete it. You leave it to rot, and you can't blame us. Mr. Speaker, nothing more to say. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, he is laughing. I notice there is one thing, Mr. Speaker, that he's threatening, Mr. Speaker. I've never threatened anybody. Never. That's not in my DNA. I've never threatened anybody, Mr. Speaker. I'd rather be underestimated than threatened, Mr. Speaker. But the member for Soufrière did something this morning that he forgot. He's pretending he did not hear. That is just the beginning. I threaten anybody? Never me. I'm not a man of threats, I'm a man of peace and love. But, Mr. Speaker, he makes a joke about the special prosecutor. He makes a joke, he laughs. But that's the same gentleman who, together with his surrogates, and the member of South-Cashie's always told me so, construct lies, constructs untruths, attacks everybody, attacks the member of South-Cashie's, attacks the member of Cashie's South, attacks everybody, attacks the member of Ansley Canries, that's the member of Central Cashie's. He even went, listen, look at this. The member for Gozi, Mr. Speaker, a young politician, goes where most ministers' spots go, to Qatar on a paid, Mr. Speaker. He did not even ask me, and probably that's why, he didn't even ask me for per diem. Mr. Speaker, and you see, and probably he should learn. But if he asked me for per diem, they want to say that we paid $50,000. So trying to do good turned to his bad. You constructing a lie and say the guy took taxpayers' money to go towards sports in Qatar. But that's the same member who, to change one of his tickets on a flight, you see, Mr. Speaker, we have been very gentlemanly. We have run this government, we have come in to run the country, and we behave like gentlemen. We haven't disclosed things, we haven't gone on we haven't done these kind of things. We run the country, Mr. Speaker. When you hear about the cost of the member from Microsoft to change tickets in his travel, change tickets. $13,000. Let me tell you a joke. Let me tell you a joke. Let me tell you a joke. One day, when we parked the government vehicle outside by the government buildings. So a fella came. No. So a guy passed, and then he saw the vehicle off. So he says, in patois, this car can go off. So he says, Mordekasa sa fermé. Il dit, actuellement, gars, mettons un flambeau, mais actuellement, mais pas jamais vote by flambeau. Because he said he never saw that Lexus off. And we've changed about 2 compressors on it because their condition was. And you're talking about waste, Mr. Speaker, and you're talking about this government and ambition. Mr. Speaker, you know, we have a problem. Because when the member from Microsoft, who was the Prime Minister, can talk about hospitals as chicken coops, can talk about, it's not about moving into Saint Jude, can talk about we don't have vision, can talk about we don't have ambition, insulting us, Mr. Speaker, is because of his mentality. And what is even more dangerous is the people who support him. Mr. Speaker, when I see people, what they do, honestly, I feel sorry for them. And I remember George Odlum, when he used to say, regardless of their faith, the little victims march. Because you have to be in a state of mind to support that level of foolishness, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank members and tell you that we're going to be back again to debate Hiwanora International Airport. Hiwanora International Airport, that one is about $300 million. Hiwanora International Airport will reach billions. Billion. And you call that ambition.
Exactly. That one is ambition.
Yeah. Billion, and you call it ambition. Billions, Hiwanora International Airport. And when you heard a story of Hiwanora International Airport, Mr. Speaker, you'll have to construct another lie to stop us from coming with the Hiwanora story. The what? You want them? You get documents? No?
Any document you want,
We'll give you. No, it won't surprise you because you know we thought you had that. But I came. Remember when I was sitting down there? I told you that existed. You remember I sat there and I told you that existed. But the one that was sitting down here, he just packed me short as usual. But I told you that existed. I told you so. Remember that, Minister catch yourself? I told her he said, but you didn't listen to me. But I'm telling you now. We have 2 reports on the airport. 3. One done by a local committee is our style. One done by the IFC, and another one done by international consultants. And all of them speak to the same thing that we knew all the time. That was madness, that was unsustainable, and that would put the country in a situation where we would never be able to return from. And he speaks about the economy. When we come as a member, when we come back to you, we'll tell you about, because you know, I don't like to boast, Mr. Speaker. We'll tell you about what we have done in this economy. The tourism figures are there for him to see. Tomorrow, one of the largest cruise liners will be in the country. The largest ever will be in the country. 8,000 visitors. But you say, our tourism dead. Very full. You got to move people. Go to the airport, no space, then you're in trouble for tourism. I mean, this guy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the Parliament of St. Lucia acknowledges receipt of the report of the Saint Jude Hospital Reconstruction Project Review Committee, hereinafter referred to as the Review Committee, and expresses its profound thanks and gratitude to the members of the Review Committee for their sterling contribution, diligence, and selfless dedication in completing the report. That the Parliament of St. Lucia do advise the Cabinet of Ministers to consider and approve the recommendations presented by the Review Committee for the completion and commissioning of the St. Jude Hospital to facilitate the move and transfer of operations from the George Odlum National Stadium to the original St. Jude Hospital site. That the Parliament of St. Lucia do advise the Cabinet of Ministers to explore other sustainable opportunities for the St. Jude Hospital site. That the Parliament of St. Lucia, cognizant of the distressing conditions of the St. Jude Hospital at the George Odlum National Stadium, further expresses its profound gratitude to the doctors, nurses, staff, and patients for their contribution, dedication, patience, and commitment over the years. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Agreement for Establishment of a Partnership between Member States of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank.
Agreement for the establishment of a partnership between member states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank Bill.
Prime Minister, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Permission granted. Please proceed, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Agreement for Establishment of a Partnership between Member States of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank. Mr. Speaker, the agreement for the establishment of a partnership between Member States of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank seeks to give effect to the agreement for the establishment of a partnership between Member States of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank, the agreement. On September 1st, 2022, the agreement for the establishment of a partnership between Member States and the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank, the agreement, was executed in Bridgetown, Barbados, with the signatures of Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, the Commonwealth of Dominica, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the Republic of Suriname. The Minister for Commerce signed on behalf of St. Lucia. After execution and ratification, the process requires that St. Lucia gives legal effect to the agreements. This must be achieved through the passing of legislation in Parliament. As a result, the agreement is given the force of law in St. Lucia in Clause 3 of the bill. If an amendment is subsequently made to the agreement, Clause 4 of the bill empowers the Minister of Finance and Minister to make an order that specifies the amendments to the agreements. In accordance with Clause 5 of the bill, the Minister may also make regulations for giving effect to the provisions of the bill. The text of the agreement is presented in the schedule that is attached to the bill. The African Export-Import Bank, the bank, was established on 8th May 1993 as a multilateral development finance institution with judicial personality by an agreement signed in Abidjan. It is an accredited member of the African Union and has deepened Africa's market integration and significantly increased the volume of trade that African countries undertake among themselves, and made significant contributions to economic integration and African continental free trade area implementation. The creation of linkages between Africa and the Caribbean will promote and expand two-way trade between Africa and the Caribbean, stimulate economic development, and promote South-South cooperation. Therefore, one of the objects and powers of the bank is to facilitate, promote, and expand intra-African, extra-African trade, and to promote, finance South-South trade between Africa and the Caribbean. In keeping with the goals of the bank, the agreement creates an international partnership for the engagement between bank and the member states of the Caribbean community. Some of the matters agreed by the parties to the agreement are to cooperate with, support, and provide assistance of all types and nature, and enable the promotion and financing of South-South trade between African countries and member states of the Caribbean community. 2. To promote the extent possible under the establishment agreement, the financing by the bank of exports and imports of non-traditional African goods and services of member states of the Caribbean community in any appropriate form, for extending direct or indirect credit to eligible businesses in participating states. 3. To collaborate, supply, and promote the work of the bank in acting as an intermediary between African exporters and importers of member states of the Caribbean community for the issuance of letters of credit, guarantees, and other trade documents in support of export-import transactions. According to the agreement, the bank may establish representative offices, agencies, or subsidiaries in member states of the Caribbean community. In furtherance of the agreement, the bank is given various immunities, privileges, facilities, concessions, and fiscal exemptions. Mr. Speaker, this basically is a bill, as he said, to ratify an agreement, to give it the official stamp of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to expand St. Lucia's possibilities of financing. We've got some traditional financing, mainly from the Caribbean Development Bank, Mr. Speaker, and from institutions of the North, the World Bank, the IDB, the IMF, etc., institutions in the North. But because of our history, our strong historical connection between the Caribbean and Africa, because of this connection, Mr. Speaker, we thought, the Caribbean leaders thought it was important that we develop South-South cooperation. So this means that we are developing ties with our African people, our African friends, and people who share the same history as us, Mr. Speaker. The African Export-Import Bank has pledged $3 billion of loan capital or investment capital to the region. So by accessing that money, to access that money, we have to sign the agreement, we have to ratify the agreement, we have to give the agreement the force of law, and this bill gives it the force of law. So as the process continues, we may be able to access money and to other concessionary rates from the bank for our development purposes, Mr. Speaker. So we have to look to new sources of revenue. We have to look towards the South. And this is why we're going to have to strengthen our relationships with countries like Brazil, countries in the South, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about Brazil, Mr. Speaker. I'm calling on the officials of the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Commerce to look at the opportunities that exist in Brazil for the importation of food, for the importation of poultry. Brazil has a very vibrant poultry industry, Mr. Speaker. We cannot allow tradition to keep us hungry. Tradition has kept us in subjection for too long, Mr. Speaker. And I'm putting the Ministry of Agriculture on notice to look into the possibilities of the importation of poultry, particularly chicken from Brazil. It is much cheaper, Mr. Speaker. And when you speak about the cost of living, and you have some very naive assertions about the cost of living, and we can do this, we can do that, Mr. Speaker, what we have to do is we have to look at new avenues. We have to look at look into the South. We look towards the North. We'll always be friends to the North. The North will always be our friends. We are neighbors for the Americas, in the Americas, but we have to look to the South. And our first step, Mr. Speaker, is to look for the importation of food, of chicken, which is much cheaper from the South. So, Minister of Agriculture, we can't allow, and the member for Beaufort South was right, we can't allow, we are the ones who report to the people. We have a shelf life. We are the ones who report to the people, Mr. Speaker. We have to take the advice of technocrats. We have to ask technocrats to give us all the ideas. But the decisions that affect the people directly, we must take them, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the people, Mr. Speaker. And we have to find ways, novel ways, of reducing the cost of living. They complain about the price of bread. We are subsidizing flour up to this day. We do not like the price of bread to increase, but we are subsidizing flour. So if we can give the people a little relief in terms of another staple, chicken, that will go well. So Minister of Agriculture, you have to collaborate with the Minister of Commerce and get your technocrats to understand that we want to see about the people. We want to see about the people, Mr. Speaker. And this is why we have to ensure that what we do, the people benefit. So, let's look towards the South, to financing from Africa. Let's look to places like Brazil for food to help our people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask members to support this bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the agreement for the establishment of a partnership between member states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for giving legal effect to the provisions of the agreement for the establishment of a partnership between member states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Agreement to have the force of law.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Implementation of amendments to the agreement.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 5.
Regulations.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Schedule.
The member states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank.
Schedule stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the agreement for the establishment of a partnership between member states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the agreement for the establishment of a partnership between member states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank Bill be read a third time and passed. And now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the agreement for the establishment of a partnership between member states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move for the adjournment of the House, I think we would need at some point to reflect on some of the privileges extended to members of the House, namely the availability of Hansard. I think some of us would have said that we really believe something ought to be done about the outstanding number of years of Hansard for this House. And it's something that is becoming quite critical and urgent. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the air conditioning and the cooling system in this room, we really need to do something about it. I think the comfort of members are severely compromised, and they need, you, as Mr. Speaker, would need to urgently address this matter. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to have a discussion on members who speak and do not remain for debates. You are required to participate, contribute, but also to participate in the debate by being in the chamber. A member can be excused for going downstairs for a cup of coffee, going to the washroom, but it cannot be acceptable that members speak and then they leave. We've all given an excuse to the Speaker, and I trust, Mr. Speaker, at the right time, we can have a proper conversation on those matters. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House stands adjourned until further notice.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned sine die. And now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.